eye cream, a towelette, and pillow mist. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Pillow mist review. Guys, this is just a game changer. My pillow is wet now. Okay, pillow mist, nice. Also, if you want some added privacy,
yo, does it not look like he has his pajamas on backwards?
you can press this button here, and there you go. The doors retract. I am in my own personal private area right now. If you press this button here, you also get your own personal tray table, and maybe the coolest part of all, all of these beverages and snacks.
Are those like fucking pickled eggs? What is that?
At your disposal. Regular water, sparkling water, chocolates, snack mix.
Oh, those look like pickled eggs. That's just chocolate. Indian masala mix.
You name it. All completely free. Now this flight is only 8 hours long.
Bro, when I flew home from Iceland, there was a lady that was eating raw salmon and pickled eggs. And she sat right next to us and she was watching like a raunchy, like 50 Shades of Grey film. And she would lean back and like yell at her husband. She would go, "Are you full? Do you want any more?" And it would just be like hard-boiled eggs and fucking salmon.
And as much as
Yuck.
I would love to relax,
Like out of a bag.
I'm here on a mission to profit. Are you guys serving right now?
Whenever you would like to eat, that's when we prepare.
Whenever I want.
Yeah.
Can I do a champagne?
Champagne?
Thank you. They brought out a 2015 aged Dom Perignon bottle. No idea what
Just leave the bottle, big dog. Just set down the bottle.
that means. All I know is it's expensive. Do you guys have caviar?
Yes, we do. You can have anything you want from the menu at any time you want.
So unlimited, basically. But what he didn't know is I was gonna push the full limits of that. I looked it up and apparently this champagne is like $45 a glass. So if I can get enough of these down, it'll help immensely.
Yeah, enough of these down. How many does he need to get down? He's got $2,500 left, divided by 45. Oh yeah, Jack, you only got to put down 55 glasses of champagne.
Towards our profit. Cheers. Tastes like every other champagne. I ordered some caviar, so hopefully that comes soon. Before my caviar arrived, I was brought an appetizer. I got some prosciutto and melon, and
I'm not eating that. I am not eating that. Let me tell you, bros, that's sour cream and fucking ceviche. No.
burrata with tomatoes.
That's just not for me, bruh.
That bite I just took was peak. Got my champagne refilled. Yeah. Whoa, turbulence. Oh. My caviar arrived along with all of its different toppings, a basket of bread, another glass.
I would just get that re-upped a million times. I'd say, hey, let me get another bread basket, big dog. Let me get another bread basket. Make sure it's warm.
Bread, another glass of champagne, of course, and this menacing mystery shot of vodka. I've had caviar in the past. It is very fishy, but it is extremely expensive. I will eat as many freaking fish eggs as I need to if it means we can profit from this flight.
Picking it up with his hands.
Let's try this caviar. Whew, that is really fishy. Ugh. Cheers.
Bro's not even enjoying it. Just eating it for the dollar amount.
That hits. Absolutely freaking smoked. It also came with this shot of vodka. Let's give it a shot. I honestly never thought that I would experience this level
Hey, look at that jackass. What is he filming?
of luxury. So thank you guys so much for watching my videos. Beyond all these adventures, there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, like emailing, scripting, or planning my next video. And doing all of these things would be a whole lot harder without Grammarly. With the link in the description. Now let's get back to profiting. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Thank you. Steak's here.
Nah, that's pissing me off. That's actually pissing me off. I can't eat that shit.
Here we got a beautiful filet. Mignon, and for a side some asparagus, and I don't know what that is.
I love asparagus too. What is that? It's like little onions.
Let me know in the comments. I also got another glass of fancy champagne. I can't believe they served that on a plane. That tasted like Nick DiGiovanni himself cooked that.
Another one.
We have currently less than 3 hours until we arrive at our destination. These last 3 hours truly determine if we can pull this off or not. I'm starting to get...
Dude, and imagine stumbling off this flight, no sleep, pissed drunk in Italy.
a little bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie, but it's time to lock in, baby. Could I get 3 orders of caviar at one time? Is that possible?
The thing is, it won't fit. That's the thing.
What if it's just the eggs? If it could do 3 at once?
Oh my god, just a bowl of caviar. That is foul. That is foul.
And then if I could also get 3 glasses of champagne at one time. Okay. Has anyone ever ordered three at once?
Never.
Never? If they actually deliver this request, we'll know for a fact this is possible. I'm not gonna lie, I highly doubt they're gonna do that. Of course, I slammed these 3 glasses, which ended up being the intro of this video. But me, I'm trying to profit. Okay, 3 orders of caviar. I specifically asked for sour cream and lemon. It kind of gets rid of the fishiness and makes it way easier to eat. As much as I don't want to eat all this, there's only one way to do this.
Yo. Oh my god, I can't imagine having to put that down, dude. His stomach is so... Bro, it is just churning.
I don't think there's a less enjoyable way to do a food.
Could I go pee? Dude, that's the funniest part. Is if he asked, instead of just getting up and going to take a piss. Can I help you with anything? Could I go pee?
First class flight. I'm sure you guys can tell, but I am cooked. I think if I have one more bite of caviar or one more sip of champagne, it might all come up. But I don't want to quit because I owe it to you guys to give it my all. If I want any chance of complete...
Goes to take a shower in the fucking Emirates bathroom, just starts vomiting in the shower, pushing it down the drain. Sir, is everything okay in there? Yeah, sorry, I really had to pee. Sorry, I just have to pee.
This challenge and profiting, I gotta lock in. The sun started to rise, and I'm not gonna lie, I only became more tired, but my brain wouldn't let me give up. Many hours ago when I first got on board, I booked a shower. Yes, this plane has an actual shower on board. What timeline do I live in, bruh? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the shower. I have all of this to myself. What the heck is this? Here is the toilet. Very sanitary. Tons of toiletries to my...
Taking that fucking stupid ass paper shit off, I'm going bare ass on that toilet.
Disposal. And I even have the option to heat the floors. I can currently feel my feet being heated. I can't believe I'm here. I'm gonna go ahead and hop in the shower and make the most of this. I can't believe I'm on an airplane. I gotta profit as much as possible to make sure we pull this off. I'm gonna dry off and I'm back to my seat.
Dude, it'd be so funny if he just blacked out in one of these videos and forgot he had to fucking film this and he just started recording random clips. Bro, I feel like gaming wasn't really big on YouTube until the 2010s. Yeah, Markiplier joined in 2012.
There's a skit YouTube channel run by Ian Hecox and Anthony Padilla where they would dance in front of a webcam, and thankfully, the quality on this is much better than the Club Penguin video. This time, at 240p. I don't know too much about Fred, just that he would make skits with this really annoying high-pitched voice. Smosh was gaining such a large audience at the time that they were making it onto local news stations.
Now that's mad weird. How did he find his first stream? That doesn't even exist anymore. What do you mean? Bro, this is from like 8 years ago. Yeah, where was this VOD? Like he saved this and posted it or something?
Ago. And the timing of this move was perfect, because 2018 was the year live streaming exploded into the mainstream. Fortnite was everywhere, pulling in millions of players and casual viewers. Streamers like Ninja, Tfue, and Daquan were becoming household names.
Nah, best year to get into streaming was 2020. 2020 to 2021, bro. That was like COVID. Nobody had anything to do, and I think small streamers had their peak then. Like most people that streamed during 2020, if you look at their Twitch tracker, they had the most viewers they ever had in 2020 to 2021. Because that was when, like, everybody was just watching, like, anyone. Now, I think it's been, like, really split to where, like, the highest streamers get the most viewers because people don't want to just, like, stream bounce a lot. But you had nothing else to do for, like, 10 hours a day. So,
Ninja's
you'd watch 20 viewer streamers.
collabs with Drake, Travis Scott, and Juju Smith-Schuster made headlines outside of the gaming world, putting Twitch in front of audiences who had never watched a live stream.
When did Ninja do the floss on New Year's Eve? I didn't see that live. I only saw clips of it, and I'm kind of upset about it because I don't watch the ball drop.
And that sudden surge of attention created space for new creators to break through. Now, I Sweat Games was short-lived. Nick dropped that username and started fresh as Jinxie, but starting then gave him a chance to grow with the platform. He just had to follow the usual playbook.
Do you go to school? I graduated high school last year, bro. I'm pursuing a career and becoming a full-time Twitch streamer and YouTuber.
To become
See, bro, I feel so split on when people say that. Because, like, most people would probably be like, bro, you're corny, you know? And I feel like he probably got that hate. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he had just graduated high school and he was streaming to no people, and they'd be like, what do you do? Like, you're like 18, bro. You just got out of college. Or not college, high school. Like, are you going to go to college? Are you going to try to go to... No, I'm going to be a Twitch streamer. Most people would be like, bro, figure it out, you know? I even got that shit at times. But I'm like, I think that's good to be that pursuant of your dreams. But I feel like Jinxie is also... I don't want to say don't do that, because obviously it worked for him, and I think it could work for anybody. But I think you should always have a backup. You know what I mean? Like, my take, whenever I hear somebody that's like, yeah, dude, just quit my job. I'm going to start up stream, making my account today. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to pay rent next month. Maybe I'll fucking spark up some viewers. Huh? Quitting your job you've never even streamed before? Like, that's crazy. I think, like, you kind of want to, like, slowly pick up one, drop the other, and then transition to social media. I think he's also in a different position where he had, like, a year to try this out. But, you know, I always get worried for people because I don't want them to, like, not make it and then be in a slump. But then it's also, like, you know, I think putting all your eggs in one basket can go really good or really bad.
A top 1% streamer on Twitch, you really had to chase the biggest titles. And at that time, that game was Fortnite.
It's called Fortnite. It's free.
The new season rolled out. You had to be the first to show the viewers what was new. Be the first to find the bugs, the Easter eggs, to play the games in ways no one else was. And that's how you'd stand out.
Yo, we need that, my man. Hold on, chat. We need that.
But first, a quick word from our sponsor.
I'm going to have the take that I think being a personality on Twitch was easier in like 2018 than it is now. I think the competitive space now is a lot harder. There's more viewers to go around, which is an understandable counterpoint. But I think a lot of big streamers then played one game. It was rare. I think most streamers now are variety streamers. Most big streamers. They do a lot of shit. They play games. They do regular content. They plan things. It's like, even somebody like Queso, who just plays video games most of the time, is playing so many different games. Like, it was so common in 2018 for like 85% of the streamers you watch to either play only Call of Duty, only Apex, only Fortnite, only fucking Overwatch, only League of Legends, only whatever. Like, they never did anything else. It was just gamers, and they only played one game. And that's what you watch them for. Vanoss, YouTuber.
During today's video, and let's get back to it. But when Jinxie was faced with this playbook, he ignored it. Instead, he went all in on Rainbow Six Siege.
Dude, Siege is the greatest game on planet Earth.
Siege at the time was practically on life support. I mean, Rainbow Six was barely scraping past 80,000 average viewers on a good month. And when you compare it to Fortnite's 78.3 million active users each month, it becomes pretty clear. Siege was the wrong game to bet on.
Imagine not playing Rainbow Six Siege.
And yet, Jinxie stuck with it, because even with all its flaws, Siege was different.
My bet was on Knockout City when I started streaming. That didn't go as planned. That game doesn't exist anymore.
Strategize in ways that no other mainstream game did. But choosing such an unpopular game came at a price.
I'm 19. I'm pursuing a career in becoming a full-time Twitch streamer, full-time YouTuber.
By ignoring the industry's biggest titles, Jinxie made his uphill battle even steeper. On a platform already stacked against smaller streamers, he was cutting himself off from the easiest route to visibility, and
I highly disagree. Highly disagree. I think him going into Rainbow Six was an odd choice for sure. But trying to get into streaming and getting into streaming in the most popular gaming category is a hit or miss, because you're entering the most competitive space. Jinxie entering Rainbow as early as he did enabled him to climb better in that category, right? So if people liked Rainbow, they would like Jinxie. If you like Fortnite, you would watch Ninja or Tfue or like any other, you know, famous streamer of that game at that time.
Seem to care about.
We stream every day. Most consistent Siege streamer there is every single day.
For a year straight, Jinxie streamed Rainbow Six gameplay to an average viewership of just 5. And at times, it pushed him to the brink.
If I could just get 1 follower a day, I would be happy.
With so few people watching and stagnant growth, he seriously considered walking away from streaming altogether.
My friends, my teachers, guidance counselor just said like, oh, you're wasting your time. You're not going to be a streamer. That's a
Yeah, and then you go up to them and you fucking hit a fat money spread up the arm. Jinxie makes what his teachers make that were making fun of him in 8 hours. In what they make in a year. Like, their yearly salary, Jinxie's making in less than a day. And those motherfuckers are clowning on him. Like, I think that's a different thing. Teachers, I think, should be obviously directive in a sense of, like, you know, hey, I think this is how I can help you best. But I think, like, punching down people's dreams as a teacher is, like, the wackest thing you could do.
not realistic, that too.
As exhausting as it was, he kept streaming, day after day, doing what he genuinely enjoyed, holding on to the belief that maybe one day it would pay off.
5 viewers, he's grinding. He's on the grind!
As he got better at the game, the Siege community began to tune in. Slowly, 5 average viewers turned into 15. 15 became 50.
You guys are freaking crazy, bro.
And by June, his Twitch following had jumped from just 300 to over 3,000 followers.
Bro, we're at 993 viewers. Can we hit 1,000 viewers, bro?
But in the summer of 2021, he hit a wall, 1,500 average viewers. The reach of Rainbow Six had hit its limit.
Yeah, he hit a wall, but I think he did hit that wall because Rainbow at its time wasn't that popular. But even then, that's not a bad wall to hit, right? Like, you could be a full-time streamer on 1,500 viewers. There's so many, half of the guys I stream with, bro, like, I think like Puffer and Pezzy and a lot of those guys, they average around like 2-3K. I think Pezzy's around like 1,500. You could rip that. Like, that's easy. That's easy to fucking run that, you know, for years. If you can maintain that niche of a community. I averaged 1,500 viewers for a long time.
Most popular players in the space, and even having a personal charm in the game, no one outside of the Rainbow community cared enough to tune into the streams. For almost an entire year, Jinxie sat there, at 1,500 viewers, making enough money to not have a job, but not enough to really live a life.
How much do you think the average 1,500 viewer Twitch streamer makes? No YouTube content, I think like raw. It very much depends on how many subs they're getting. It really depends on how many subs they're getting, because and how many ads you're running. I would say the average 1,500 viewer streamer on Twitch is probably making like 10K a month. 10 to 20. Nah, 10. I'd go 10, not 20. 20's a lot. I'd go they're making over 100K a year. If you're streaming like 100 hours a month with over 1,000 viewers, you're probably making like 10K a year. Or not 10K a year, 10K a month. Yeah, for sure. Are you fucking kidding me?
So one day, he woke up to thousands of new followers. He was confused at first, Then check TikTok. Someone had screen recorded his stream from the day prior and uploaded a short clip to TikTok.
How's that not enough to live? No, he said enough to live, but he's saying not enough to you know, live lavishly.
It was of him opening alpha packs in Rainbow, getting the same annoying rubber duck.
Oh my god, I remember seeing these clips of Jinxie where he was going for, what is it called? Jaeger Black Ice.
Someone had screen recorded his stream from the day prior and uploaded a short clip to TikTok. It was of him opening alpha packs in Rainbow, getting the same annoying rubber ducky charm 3 times in a row.
Another rubber ducky!
And this clip exploded on TikTok, raking in over 17 million views that day.
Oh, it's not real, it's a myth?
How many do you guys have?
When he started up stream later that day, that ceiling finally moved. Thousands poured in, and Jinxie's stream peaked at over 4,000 live viewers. It had been almost 4 years since he started streaming, and Jinxie had finally moved up a rung on Twitch's endless ladder.
5,000 viewers.
Was there an advanced civilization before us? Chat, lock in.
And civilization before us? Millions believe one existed during the last ice age, and that a cataclysm erased every trace. But I spent weeks going through the actual peer-reviewed evidence to find out the truth. Let's find out.
Hell no, there was not an advanced civilization before us. Wouldn't we find their fossils and shit? Like, when you actually go back, there were civilizations in the BC time that had, like, advanced tools, but they were still stuck in the Stone Age, you know? You, like, using obsidian blades or sharpened stones, sticks. Maybe they had bow and arrows, but, like, I mean, they weren't, you know, fucking crafting armor out of metal in like 5,000 BC.
But how long it takes to erase a civilization? For decades,
Were they?
the academic consensus was straightforward. Human culture slowly evolved in complexity, inventing agriculture, then civilization, only around 5,000 years ago. But then something strange emerged from the...
I always think about the first motherfucker that had to get bareback on a horse. You ever think about that shit? Like, we tamed horses, like, in, I don't know if it was, like, in Asia. I'm pretty sure horses originated from Asia, but, like, you're in, like, Mongolia, and you were just, like, you snuck up to a horse and then just got on top of it. It was probably, like, taming it first, you know, where you, like, kind of feed it food, and then it becomes more friendly with you, and then you try to ride it, but it's, like...
archaeological...
That had to be hard. That had to be so hard.
Agriculture didn't develop in one place and spread from there. It was independently invented in 6 separate regions, all after the Ice Age ended. That's a remarkable coincidence. Author Grant Hancock has an explanation. 12,000 years ago, there was an advanced civilization that was wiped out by the catastrophic end of the last Ice Age.
The city of Atlantis? What the fuck are we talking about? There was an advanced civilization?
Survivors scattered across the world and seeded new cultures, which is why civilizations seem to appear everywhere at once. And honestly, the idea isn't crazy on its face. We know...
No, it's fucking insane. If there was an advanced civilization that close together, and then after an ice age they all split off, why are they all the same, like, ethnicity? Wouldn't that not be... Like, wouldn't that not make any sense? Like, maybe I'm not just understanding this, but if they had, like, an advanced central civilization and then the Ice Age caused everybody to split off and start rebranching societies elsewhere, like, they wouldn't become different ethnic people in that time frame after the Ice Age till now. Like, they would have had to all be like, okay, well, all the Mayans come with me. We're gonna go down there.
At the end of the last Ice Age was brutal. Temperatures swung...
Mutations? Bro, what, did a fucking nuclear bomb go off? What do you mean mutations?
violently during the Younger Trias.
That's like thousands of years. I'm pretty sure the last Ice Age was not too... The last Ice Age was 20,000 years ago. That is not enough time. Did he say 200,000 years ago? The last Ice Age was 20k years ago. That is not enough time for them to change ethnic background.
And when it ended, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, swallowing coastlines whole. So when skeptics ask, where's the evidence? Hancock and his supporters have an answer ready. The Earth ate it. The rising sea levels covered up coastal settlements while comet impacts caused global destruction. Villages...
How are we finding fucking dinosaur bones, but the Earth covered every other piece of evidence that this existed?
were abandoned while advanced technology slowly corroded into dust. Randall Carlson, another prominent proponent, said that if a cataclysm happened to our society, after 10,000 years, only Mount Rushmore and the pyramids would be left.
Well, it's really how advanced are these civilizations? Wouldn't there be record of like chemical activity or radiation or I mean, like radiation would disappear, but I'm saying like, wouldn't there be some sort of like chemical or biological aftermath that would still be readable, even if there wasn't physical, you know, artifacts from a time of an advanced civilization? There would be some sort of means. I almost just turned shield mode on, my bad. There'd be some way of telling.
And if that's true for us, there would be nothing left of a civilization that thrived all the way back during the Ice Age. But would everything in our society really turn to dust in only 10,000 years? Luckily for us, a random 1980 study from the US Department of Energy answered just that. They set out to find the best materials to make nuclear waste containers that would last for thousands of years. And the results are catastrophic for Carlson's argument. First, let's look at steel, a material that corrodes quickly. Steel corrodes at a maximum of 4.8 inches every 10,000 years, meaning that a steel axe would almost certainly turn to dust in way less than 10,000 years.
Dude, turn to dust? I knew it corroded and rusted. I didn't know it would go away that quick. Wait, so something like the Statue of Liberty, do they have to constantly repair that? Because at some point, isn't it going to become so structurally unsound that it's like unusable?
But larger
all the time. What's copper? It's still a metal that corrodes.
Objects such as a solid anvil or engine block might still be around. And remember, 4.8 inches is the maximum corrosion rate. The minimum rate is only 0.73 inches after 10,000 years. So an anvil...
Copper doesn't corrode. Yes, copper corrodes. It doesn't rust. Instead, it oxidizes to perform a protective layer. Don't you always wish you could see the Statue of Liberty before it turned green? I always think about that shit, bro. When the French gave it to us, it was fucking brown.
5, especially if buried. Everyone knows that steel corrodes quickly, but what about copper? At a maximum, copper corrodes 0.54 inches every 10,000 years, meaning that if this copper axe blade sat exposed for 10,000 years, this is what it would look like. But if it was buried, it would take 29,000 years to corrode just half an inch. And this is confirmed by the archaeological record. Copper artifacts have been found dating back to well over 8,500 years ago, many still in great condition.
How did they figure out how... Wait, hold up. Actually, genuine question here. How did they figure out how to use metal off, like, in earlier societies? Like, obviously, I understand, like... I keep using the word obviously too much. Sorry. I know that obsidian flaking exists and rock flaking, where they start, you know, hitting rocks against each other or sharp objects, and then they basically create a blade through, like, enough repetition. But with something like metal that they have to, like, smelt down, how are they getting that out of the ground in a hunk that is then formable to a metal that they could use? I'm not even talking about steel, where they're, like, combining things. Like, I'm not talking about Andrew Carnegie shit, where it's like, oh, it was really expensive to make this. I'm saying, like, early iron work. I'm assuming they got, like, really big iron fragments out of the ground, and then they just put it in a really hot fire and then went boom, 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 and shaped it. And that was, like, before they were able to combine metals to make them stronger.
Technology existed at the end of the last ice age, we would without a doubt find evidence. But we don't. What about gold? How would this gold coin look in 10,000 or 100,000 years? Well, just like this. Pure gold does not corrode whatsoever. If this supposed civilization ever made a gold ring, coin, or bar, we would be able to find one. But the oldest gold artifacts are only about 6,000 years old.
Holy aura. Wow. Yo, he got buried with, like, fucking $1 million in gold on his body, bro. That shit has to be so expensive.
Years old. But what if this civilization had existed way before us, like 300,000 or over 1 million years ago? We actually have millions of artifacts from this time period. Archaeologists have found stone tools dating back well over 3 million years ago. There are literal fields of ancient hand axes made by other human species in Africa that are still sharp. This very hand axe was actually collected...
This is what I was talking about, though, where they're, like, flaking rocks.
...by a friend of mine in South Africa. In all likelihood, it is the handiwork of another human species. It's really insane when you think about it. Stone tools last virtually forever, and so does glass. If a civilization ever made a glass cup or a window, we could find evidence. But ceramics are a different story. Believe Believe it or not, there is evidence of ceramics dating back to 30,000 years ago.
Some wrecking balls.
At the site of Dolní Věstonice in Czechia, archaeologists have discovered small ceramic figurines that were superheated in furnaces. They are associated with the Gravettian culture, a people that made stone tools, lived in temporary huts, and hunted megafauna. And if some random figurines made by Stone Age hunters can survive 30,000 years, so could evidence of an advanced civilization. But that's just not the case. Ceramic—
Oh no, but the Earth buried it. Oh no, but the Earth buried it. You don't understand. There was an advanced civilization. They had flying cars. I mean, think of the Jetsons. And then the asteroids hit.
technology was never used for anything useful by the Gravettians, and they eventually—
Then the asteroids hit, and we said, let's divide everybody by race and send them to different islands, and they'll start their own civilizations there.
abandoned the practice.
Fucking stupid-ass idea.
It would take thousands of years for humans to rediscover ceramics first in China and gradually throughout the rest of the world. And none of this evidence suggests the existence of a civilization. What's more is that Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence.
What bird is that? Is that like a peacock fucking dinosaur hybrid, dude? What am I looking at?
Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence. We have dozens of entire perfectly preserved Ice Age animals that have remained frozen for over 30,000 years.
Wow, that's from 32,000 years ago? That's crazy it's that preserved, man.
These spears right here have survived 300,000 years in a German lake bed.
What? Some Homo sapien was using this shit 300,000 years ago? That's a good stick. That's like one of those walking sticks you find on a hike and you take it home.
Years in a German lake bed because they were in a low oxygen environment. The Earth ate it argument collapses under scrutiny, and honestly it is the main reason I don't believe the ancient civilization narrative. I have personally found copper artifacts dating back over 5,000 years from the old copper culture of North America. Furthermore, the lead pollution from the old copper culture is detectable in lake sediment cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence—
Wait, that's what I was saying. Like, even if you weren't able to see it itself, you're able to tell that it was there.
Cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence of metallurgy during the last glacial period. If there was a lost civilization, it wasn't using metal or creating anything on par with even Bronze Age societies. We would find not only their gold, copper, ceramics, but also the stone for their houses. Civilizations are inherently messy. They have trash heaps, abandoned buildings, graves, roads, and we can't point to any of that before the Ice Age. But what about Göbekli Tepe? At 12,000 years old, surely it is proof of a civilization in the Ice Age. It is a legitimately—
Wow, this is a civilization from 12,000 years ago?
massive complex full of giant stone slabs and symbolism. The culture that made this had to organize—
I never understand those things. Like, what's that one stone rock area where it's like circular and it's just abandoned? Or like those, the Maui heads. What are they called?
large workforces and clearly
Stonehenge, and then what am I thinking of?
they were culturally
Easter Island. Yeah. What the fuck? They just built those and then left?
complex. But does this really count
That's like a cool-ass mystery.
as a civilization? A civilization is defined as a human society with urban settlements, division of labor, centralized government, surplus food, and some kind of record-keeping or writing system. Based on this criteria, archaeologists generally don't consider Göbekli Tepe a civilization, but rather a pre-agricultural monumental complex. No evidence of agriculture has been found at the site, nor has pottery or writing been found. Evidence suggests that it was not a urban settlement, but rather a gathering place made by hunter-gatherers. But to truly understand—
A gathering place what? Like they would diverge and then come back and like party here or some shit? I mean, we learned about that one area where they had like a weird bar like 10,000 years ago and they would ferment shit.
and the site,
Celebrate there once a year.
we need to understand where it came from. Göbekli Tepe is not the only structure of its kind. Thousands of years before Göbekli Tepe, the Natufian culture first—
Oh, that's this! that's literally what this is.
started making
Oh
permanent
my god, I was like, why do I know I was like, I've heard that.
stone structures in the region. They hunted gazelle and harvested mass quantities of wild grains which they ground into bread. These grains were harvested in abundance and even stored for lean times. This allowed them to spend more time working on their structures and technology. They started making communal structures, and gradually, Larger and larger stones were quarried and carved with complex symbols. Eventually, after 3,000 years of development, 6 times longer than the Roman Empire, these skills culminated into larger structures like Karahan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe didn't appear out of nowhere, and we know a ton about the people who made it. But what about other ancient structures that may predate Göbekli Tepe by thousands of years? Many often point to the Eye of the Sahara, a 25-mile wide megastructure in the middle of nowhere. It is known as the Reshat structure, and it is often claimed to be proof of the lost city of Atlantis.
I feel like it's some weird natural formation.
The concentric rings certainly make it look like Plato's description. But again, what does the evidence say? In the 1950s, it was initially hypothesized to have been an impact crater from a meteor. But more recent studies in the early 2000s found that it was a deeply eroded underground magmatic intrusion. At approximately 100 million years old, it formed during the age of the dinosaurs. But since then, humans have indeed frequented this structure for over 1 million years. The outer ring actually has deposits of quartzite, a hard and sharp material great for making stone tools. Hundreds of ancient hand axes from species like Homo erectus have been found. Later, our own species moved in and around the structure and lived there for
erectus, other humans?
thousands of years, especially during the African humid period when the region was lush. They left behind stone tools, burials, and fossils that have been radiocarbon dated to 10 to 15,000 years ago in the structure. The only evidence of permanent buildings are small and are still used to this day by nomadic groups which live in and around the structure. The Reshat structure holds an unbroken record of human activity spanning over 1 million years. Not one moment of it looks like a civilization. If it was once a city the size of Paris, surely there would be some compelling evidence to discuss. The Earth-aided argument is not going to cut it. But we still haven't answered the question, why did humans suddenly start to farm in about 6 independent centers all around 10,000 years ago? It is a legitimately interesting question.
Yeah, but it wasn't the exact same year, dude. It was like around the same era.
Looking at the map of where these cultures appears make it seem like Graham may actually have a point. But the answer is simpler than you might think. Look at this graph. During the last glacial period, the climate was all over the place.
Oh my god, you just couldn't, the fucking climate didn't allow you to farm.
The only thing constant was cold temperatures.
Wow.
But when this period ended roughly 12,000 years ago, the Earth suddenly warmed. And more importantly, the climate stabilized. This made the environment much more predictable. Humans could finally rely on certain plants in certain locations year after year. This led to increased cultivation, dedicated crop fields, and eventually the plants themselves became domesticated, becoming easier to plant and producing more calories. The reason that this transition occurred in 6 different centers is because the entire world became warmer and more predictable. Human progress has exploded ever since. I'm not convinced that there is evidence for a lost civilization. If you are, tell me in the comment section and I'll look into it. As of now, the evidence supports that humans were able to figure out agriculture all around the world independently. Just like chimps didn't need anyone to teach them how to use stone tools over 4,300 years ago, and some have even started flint knapping. So are chimps entering their own stone age?
Oh, we already watched that video. Buddy, I already know that. Yeah, they are. It's going to be a dangerous problem soon. We're going to have a Planet of the Apes situation on our hands. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Wow, WVID. That was fun. All right. Oh, no, but the Earth buried it. You don't understand. There was an advanced civilization. They had flying cars. I mean, think of the Jetsons. And then the asteroids hit.
Technology was never used for anything useful by the Gravettians, and they eventually...
Then the asteroids hit, and we said, let's divide everybody by race and send them to different islands, and they'll start their own civilizations there.
Abandoned the practice.
Fucking stupid-ass idea.
It would take thousands of years for humans to rediscover ceramics first in China and gradually throughout the rest of the world. And none of this evidence suggests the existence of a civilization. What's more is that Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence.
What bird is that? Is that like a peacock fucking dinosaur hybrid, dude? What am I looking at?
Randall's argument completely falls apart when we look at other forms of evidence. We have dozens of entire perfectly preserved Ice Age animals that have remained frozen for over 30,000 years.
Wow, that's from 32,000 years ago? That's crazy it's that preserved, man.
These spears right here have survived 300,000 years in a German lake bed.
What? What? Some Homo sapien was using this shit 300,000 years ago? That's a good stick. That's like one of those walking sticks you find on a hike and you take it home.
Years in a German lake bed because they were in a low oxygen environment. The Earth ate it argument collapses under scrutiny, and honestly, it is the main reason I don't believe the ancient civilization narrative. I have personally found copper artifacts dating back over 5,000 years from the old copper culture of North America. Furthermore, the lead pollution from the old copper culture is detectable in lake sediment cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence.
Wait, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Like, even if you weren't able to see it itself, you're able to tell that it was there.
Cores, and elsewhere where ice cores have proven that there is no evidence of metallurgy during the last glacial period. If there was a lost civilization, it wasn't using metal or creating anything on par with even Bronze Age societies. We would find not only their gold, copper, ceramics, but also the stone for their houses. Civilizations are inherently messy. They have trash heaps, abandoned buildings, graves, roads, and we can't point to any of that before the Ice Age. But what about Göbekli Tepe? At 12,000 years old, surely it is proof of a civilization in the Ice Age. It is a legitimately
Wow, this is a civilization from 12,000 years ago?
massive complex full of giant stone slabs and symbolism. The culture that made this had to organize.
I never understand those things. Like, what's that one stone rock area where it's like circular and it's just abandoned? Or like those, the Maui heads. What are they called?
Large workforces and clearly
Stonehenge, and then what am I thinking of?
they were culturally
Easter Island. Yeah. What the fuck? They just built those and then left?
complex. But does this really count
That's like a cool-ass mystery.
as a civilization? A civilization is defined as a human society with urban settlements, division of labor, centralized government, surplus food, and some kind of record-keeping or writing system. Based on this criteria, archaeologists generally don't consider Göbekli Tepe a civilization, but rather a pre-agricultural monumental complex. No evidence of agriculture has been found at the site, nor has pottery or writing been found. Evidence suggests that it was not a urban settlement, but rather a gathering place made by hunter-gatherers. But to truly understand
A gathering place what? Like they would diverge and then come back and like party here or some shit? I mean, we learned about that one area where they had like a weird bar like 10,000 years ago and they would ferment shit.
the site,
Celebrate there once a year.
we need to understand where it came from. Göbekli Tepe is not the only structure of its kind. Thousands of years before Göbekli Tepe, the Natufian culture first
that's this! that's literally what this is.
started making
Oh
permanent
my god, I was like, why do I know I was like, I've heard that.
stone structures in the region. They hunted gazelle and harvested mass quantities of wild grains which they ground into bread. These grains were harvested in abundance and even stored for lean times. This allowed them to spend more time working on their structures and technology. They started making communal structures, and gradually, larger and larger stones were quarried and carved with complex symbols. Eventually, after 3,000 years of development, 6 times longer than the Roman Empire, these skills culminated into larger structures like Karahan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe didn't appear out of nowhere, and we know a ton about the people who made it. But what about other ancient structures that may predate Göbekli Tepe by thousands of years? Many often point to the Eye of the Sahara, a 25-mile wide megastructure in the middle of nowhere. It is known as the Reshat structure, and it is often claimed to be proof of the lost city of Atlantis.
I feel like it's some weird natural
The
formation.
concentric rings certainly make it look like Plato's description. But again, what does the evidence say? In the 1950s, it was initially hypothesized to have been an impact crater from a meteor. But more recent studies in the early 2000s found that it was a deeply eroded underground magmatic intrusion. At approximately 100 million years old, it formed during the age of the dinosaurs. But since then, humans have indeed frequented this structure for over 1 million years. The outer ring actually has deposits of quartzite, a hard and sharp material great for making stone tools. Hundreds of ancient hand axes from species like Homo erectus have been found. Later, our own species moved in and around the
From
structure and lived there for
Homo erectus, other humans?
thousands of years, especially during the African humid period when the region was lush. They left behind stone tools, burials, and fossils that have been radiocarbon dated to 10 to 15,000 years ago in the structure. The only evidence of permanent buildings are small and are still used to this day by nomadic groups which live in and around the structure. The Reshat structure holds an unbroken record of human activity spanning over 1 million years. Not one moment of it looks like a civilization. If it was once a city the size of Paris, Surely there would be some compelling evidence to discuss. The Earth-aided argument is not going to cut it. But we still haven't answered the question, why did humans suddenly start to farm in about 6 independent centers all around 10,000 years ago? It is a legitimately interesting question.
Yeah, but it wasn't the exact same year, dude. It was like around the same era.
Looking at the map of where these cultures appears make it seem like Graham may actually have a point. But the answer is simpler than you might think. Look at this graph. During the last glacial period, the climate was all over the place.
Oh my god, you just couldn't, the fucking climate didn't allow you to farm.
The only thing constant was cold temperatures.
Wow.
But when this period ended roughly 12,000 years ago, the Earth suddenly warmed. And more importantly, the climate stabilized. This made the environment much more predictable. Humans could finally rely on certain plants in certain locations year after year. This led to increased cultivation, dedicated crop fields, and eventually the plants themselves became domesticated, becoming easier to plant and producing more calories. The reason that this transition occurred in 6 different centers is because the entire world became warmer and more predictable. Human progress has exploded ever since. I'm not convinced that there is evidence for a lost civilization. If you are, tell me in the comment section and I'll look into it. As of now, the evidence supports that humans were able to figure out agriculture all around the world independently. Just like chimps didn't need anyone to teach them how to use stone tools over 4,300 years ago, and some have even started flint knapping. So are chimps entering their own stone age?
Oh, we already watched that video. Buddy, I already know that. Yeah, they are. It's going to be a dangerous problem soon. We're going to have a Planet of the Apes situation on our hands. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Wow, WVid. That was fun. All right. But like, bro, why are we doing an entire week's worth of food on DoorDash? Like, I'm just go to the grocery store. You know, I think it's different. Like, it's a level of convenience where it's like, fuck, I don't have time. I'm going to order, I'm going to order lunch. But, like, just go to the grocery store. Just go to the grocery store. If you're getting fucking $300 worth of fucking, or not $300, like $160 worth of groceries, go to the grocery store. Ron, yeah, literally, bro, Ron doesn't they don't grocery shop. The core guys just order all of their fucking food all the time on DoorDash. I can't believe he did that. He ordered a head of lettuce, and that's it. A head of lettuce. Imagine being the DoorDash driver that delivered that to Ron yesterday. You pull up. Oh, I'm here for this order. Oh, yeah, here you go. It's just a bag of lettuce. I've had multiple instances where I've gotten in an Uber. I told you all about this the other day. I got in an Uber XL. I order an Uber XL. I pay for an Uber XL. Uber shows up in a van. I go, fuck yes, dude. We got enough space. We could all sprawl out. Open it up. The back part is for fucking luggage. It's a fucking 3-seater van. And I'm like, hey, we ordered an Uber XL. The guy goes, literally. So we get in. We lap up. Right? We got fucking 5 people in a 3-seater back seat. Grown-ass motherfuckers. And then 1 person in the front. And the whole time I'm like, this guy is like actually just breaking Uber rules. Like he's picking up more expensive Ubers when he doesn't have a car that fits that many people. Gave him a 4-star. Worst Uber rating I've ever given was a 3-star, and it was because the guy was actually falling asleep at the wheel. I just feel bad. I gave a comment on that one. On both of them, actually. The 4-star one, I was like, car was too small. The one dude, he was biting his finger to stay awake. It was like 1 a.m. We Ubered back, and I get, bro, motherfuckers need to hustle and make money, but, like, you're going to kill someone. He was, like, swerving into the rumple strips, and he was going like this. Like, biting his thumb to stay awake.
I have a feeling that it's just people that are just doing the Instacart. I think they're picking up too many jobs at one time. Also, is there probably more men that are doing this job than women? I feel like whenever I've ever had I don't think I've ever had a female DoorDash person. That doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm just saying.
No, I get female DoorDash people all the time. I feel like men Uber at a much higher rate. Like, if I have an Uber driver, there's like a 90% chance they're a guy.
And that thinking about it now, it's usually a middle-aged man.
My guess is men, if they don't have...
It's usually a middle-aged man. It's usually a middle-aged man with lighting like this. And the photo of their face just like... And they'll say, and it'll be like, it'll have like their interests. I love reading their bio. That's like my funnest, that's like the funnest thing for me. I click on them and it'll be like, oh, this person's delivering. Knows English, Spanish, French, whatever languages they know. Their rating. And it's always funny when they have a shitty rating. I go, oh, I'm in for a ride. Dude, because like anything below 90% means like people don't fuck with them. And you'll see a guy will be like 84% fucking rate. I'm like, dude, he's about to get like fired. It'll be like loves blank. You got to bring that up. Do that shit. Next time you hop in an Uber, see their interests, bring it up. So, I heard you're a big fan of golf.
For the rest of the Instacart drivers that don't have this issue, it can be extremely challenging and dangerous. After receiving a regular order of groceries, a delivery driver walked up to a home and was shot by a man that thought he was an intruder. What? Why? Why would you do that? My DoorDasher's near. Did someone say Taco Bell? Oh my God, who are you? Ah!
You would sue for so much money,
You
though.
fucking forget that. Unless it's somebody in the house ordered it, it just seems like, I don't know.
This is what happened. He told
Well, and you're also shooting a guy that didn't even intrude. He's just outside of your house.
him leave it at the door. The guy knocked.
You know what? If a DoorDash driver, I'll say this, I'll say this and I'll stand by it. For any reason, if a DoorDash driver opened my door to set my stuff inside, I'd shoot him.
Oh, he opened the door? That's, yeah, I don't know.
Hearing it out loud seems a bit excessive.
Somebody opens the door, yeah, you're getting blasted.
So there's no reason that a person should be opening my door to come inside my house. I would assume that something bad was happening. Was it that situation, or was it just a guy who was just like firing rounds through his front door?
I'd get a riot shield.
I'm gonna have the COD riot shield so I can walk up to my average DoorDash driver experience.
Like you're a rainbow character, just fucking like holding it down. What is that guy's name? Montagny?
It turns out that the man's wife placed the order and didn't tell her husband. So, when the motion detectors went off, the husband sprang into action and shot him with no hesitation.
What the fuck?
None. The motion sensors. Does he do that with animals? How many times have you had a motion sensor go off like a raccoon? All the time.
And you forgot that you ordered that shit or you didn't check, bro? Like, I think it'd be different if the guy was holding a weapon. But, like, your motion sensors go off, you spring up, you're worried, and then you see the guy's holding a bag of fucking food that says fucking Chipotle. I'm going, oh.
All the time.
That's when I bring out my gun.
Exactly. That's why I fire aimlessly. Maybe there's...
His wife ordered it. Still, would you not... Chat, before you shoot someone, are you not checking... Like, oh, he's just delivering food.
Whenever a customer places an order, they often feel entitled to have the driver do whatever it takes to get their groceries to their door, no matter how ridiculous of a feat it may become. One shopper accepted an unusual order of 4 24 packs of water bottles, 6 12 packs of water bottles, and 7 4 liters.
Yeah, see, that's like fucked up because then you're making that Uber driver carry like a shitload of weight. And why are you ordering water?
Of distilled water and 7 4 liters of mineral water. My God. When they reached the customer's home, they requested...
My lift is not working, just letting you know. You have to deliver at my doorstep. I live 17th floor. All right, so he's just fucking with him. All right, yo, my elevator doesn't work. You have to carry fucking 140 gallons of water. up to my fucking apartment. You have to use stairs. I want all the water bottles. Please don't cancel my water bottles. Otherwise, I have to complain against you. I don't think that there's a world where DoorDash or Uber Eats is siding with the customer here. The fucking elevator's broken. He's requesting me to carry hundreds of pounds of stuff up 17 fucking flights of stairs to get a $6 tip.
Building was broken. Newsflash. It's outside. Come do it yourself. And in the end, the customer canceled the job, leading to the shopper's $8 payment being rescinded and increasing their overall cancellation rate. That's fair. $8? Ah, this is a depressing job. Oh my God. Besides driving people around, Uber also offers a meal delivery service called Uber Eats that is notoriously terrible to work for. Like other food delivery service apps, they pay their workers very, very poorly. Because of this, some drivers come up with creative ways to earn better tips. Jade Phoenix was a full-time Uber Eats driver.
The thing that I see, not with Uber Feets girl. What? I was going to say, not with Uber Eats, but with Uber, the thing that I've seen is somebody picks you up. You usually go, hey, or the driver will go, hey, I'm going to drive you here. If you want to ride back, here's my number. Call me and just pay me cash, right? And then they'll get the full amount. And I've done that, right? And that's a little sketchy. Like, I'm a guy, so it's like a little bit different. I'm not as nervous with it. But it's like, the guy drives me, it's $40. He's making like 20 of it because Uber's just taking a huge cut. And he'll be like, hey, I'm going to be in the area. If you need me in fucking 4 hours, call me. And then I'll just come pick you up. And so that's usually like a better move.
Driver who claimed
because then they're getting more of the money.
Find a
and they're just pocketing it.
Secret method for raking in insane tips on literally any kind of order. When dropping off people's food and snapping a picture to confirm the order, she would purposely include her feet in the pictures.
There is no way that she's getting more fucking money from that.
Claims her tip significantly increased after she began this new strategy. She even received additional money on top of the tip after she sent them the original picture.
You got way more than expected, $29.68.
Do girls like men's feet? Men with feet, it's what psychologically, what is
that? Would lower it, dude. Some dude fucking whips out his dog's hairy ass fucking feet, man. Just in the photo, dirty as shit, long ass toenails. Ugh.
Is that? What is the feet obsession?
I don't know. That's something I will never understand.
Didn't we try doing a foot video and it got demonetized or something?
That's the thumbnail. If for whatever reason you want to watch it, it's on Patreon, bro. There's no way.
It's not just the customers that are creepy horn dogs, but the drivers as well. After ordering food, a woman in the UK began receiving creepy messages from her delivery driver. She was being asked if she was home alone or if she was married. When the woman said she was taken, the driver began begging her to leave him so he could hook up with her. Leave her, baby! The man got so desperate that he began offering as much as £10,000.
He doesn't even know what the woman looks like. He's just offering a random woman off her name alone fucking $10K to break up with her boyfriend.
For her to break up with her boyfriend, there's no way the pussy could have been that good. UK pussy? You kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, I don't think I can leave them. I don't think just can you leave the Chris at the door?
£10,000, Mom.
It shows you their profile. Yeah, but they're not going to be able to see you.
See what me can do.
While looking into the driver's account to report him, she found it even creepier that his
82% satisfaction rate. Chad, I was telling you, below 90.
Listed reasons for delivering was passion. I will say I've had a driver after delivering my thing be like, hey, I love your videos. And I say, oh, thanks, man. And then it's a thing of, you want to hang? Shit like that.
God, that's creepy.
That's so fucking weird. That is so fucking weird.
Exactly. 100 step.
Oh my God. Bro delivers your food. You want to hang out? No, fuck off, you weirdo. Bro, that or you meet somebody in public. They'll be like, bro, we should hang out sometime. Oh. I've gotten that like twice ever. And I awkwardly have to go, nah, man, I'm sorry, man. I don't really know you. I don't really know you, bro. Oh, we should smoke together sometime. No, I think I'll pass, man. I have no idea who the fuck you are.
Don't ever there's no reason to contact me or anyone ever. Or like that girl. Let's just get me out of this, that girl. If it's a girl now just being like, you know how hard it is for someone just to be like, no. I have no idea how you're going to react to that. You know what I mean? No idea. You've been around me when there's been people. So it's always a risk because we've had a lot of, we won't go into details, but we've had a lot of people that are.
That, bro, or more often, it's weirder when they're like, yo, you want to hang out? But sometimes it's like, yeah, I respect the hustle, but like, I'll meet somebody. They'll be like, yo, I actually do social media. Could you like follow me? We collab. Hey, buddy, I'm trying to like, eat my food right now, and you're asking me to follow you and collab. I think I'd rather not. And I'm not like, and then I come off as a dick. But I'm like, no. Like, I'm out. Dude, it'll be like, I'm out with Brooke eating. You walk up to me while we're at the table, interrupt the dinner, which is a little odd. I think you should wait, if I'm being honest. I don't care if people recognize me. I love being able to talk to fans. But it's like, if I'm clearly on a date, I'm talking to my girlfriend, you're kind of breaking that space, which is odd, especially if we're eating. There's been times where I'm actively eating, they walk up to me. And then, like, on top of that, to be like, hey, could you follow me? Or the worst is when, like, dude, there's a level of, like, respect, too, where it's like, hey, could I get a picture? 99% of people, hey, can I get a photo? Yeah, sure. 1% of people, yo, dude, I love your shit. what are you fucking doing, man? Like, I mean, that's just like being weird. Like, just like walk up and be like, hey, can I film you? Can we do a video? Blah blah blah. Like, can I take a picture? You're ungrateful. It's not ungrateful. It's just fucking rude. If you see that as ungrateful, like, I know you're probably rage baiting, but like anyone that sees that as ungrateful, genuinely unfollow me, because like the level of unawareness you have of like just like social boundaries is like fucking unreal. Like, if you're going to walk up to somebody that you recognize already filming and be like, oh, dude, what's up, man? You're putting on some animated persona. Bro, like, fuck off.
In 2025, one man placed an order and saw that his driver was parked just down the street. When he asked why his food hadn't been delivered, his driver said it was because his car had broken down. He then told the customer that he'd probably just refund it. Not believing a word he said, the man got on his bike, rode down the street to find he was Uber Eats driver sitting in his car, chowing down on his food. See, that's why I could never be one of these. I could never be one of these delivery drivers, because I know I just see their order, I'm like, oh damn, you know, or go to some place, I'm like, what is this place? Get it? Smell good.
One little back get hurt.
The customer confronted the driver, only for him to be left speechless before peeling out in a panic. That's a good way to choke, though.
Oh, wait, what does it say? He said his car broke down, so tracked my order to find him eating
speechless
it.
Before peeling out in a panic. That's a good way to choke, though. At multiple restaurants around the world, you can find signs banning delivery drivers and from using the bathroom. This obviously upset a lot of drivers, who pointed out that it's actually against the company's agreement with these restaurants, as Uber requires them to give drivers access to their bathrooms, okay?
Yeah, I think that's odd. If you're an Uber Eats driver, you should be able to take a fucking piss. It's different if you're like, oh, I'm gonna fucking sponge bath myself in the McDonald's bathroom, but it's like, hey, I'm here to pick up an order. By the way, can I fucking piss real quick?
Assholes. And many don't care and continue to enforce the ban, meaning many drivers are forced to make frequent pit stops and even piss in bottles, trucker style. I mean, come on, dude. Stop at a gas station. That's not that big of a deal, is it?
It's not on my route.
What's an average interaction with a fan? I'm a fan. And now I'm me. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Dude, I watch you all the time. And I go, oh, really? That's awesome. He goes, bro, I love your YouTube videos. I was watching you 2 days ago. Can I get a picture? Yeah. Take a picture, dap him up, have a good day. That's it. Regular interaction. But see, you have 100 interactions, you're bound to have like 3 or 4 that are just weird. The common awkward interaction is they go for a fist bump, I go for a dap up, or vice versa. And then we hit the awkward switch. And then it's like, meeting a fan annoy you? No. It doesn't annoy me meeting a fan. It annoys me when they stare at me from 50 yards away for an extended period of time, because either A, they're not sure that it's me, or B, they're just too scared to walk up to me, especially if they're in a group and they're all kind of hovering around each other and just constantly looking up and staring at me. It like ruins the potential for me to have a fun time if I'm like out and doing something nice, because they're kind of just like stalking me from afar. Like, just walk up to me. And so what I've done now is I've gotten pretty good at, like, if I see them, I know they know who I am, because there's like a certain stare they give. So I just break that so I don't have to deal with that. And I walk up to them and I go, do you know who I am? And I've never had somebody yet go, no, because it's pretty obvious. Like, they're going, staring at their phone, staring at me. So I just walk up to them. I go, you know me. And they go, yeah. I go, thank fuck. I usually go, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to break, like, the awkward. The only time I've ever denied people of taking a photo was when I've been in a hurry. Like, there was one, literally, while I was coming back from the trip with Jack, there were 2 guys that recognized me. I'm literally walking to my gate. They're actively boarding. They go, Joe Bart. I go, yeah, bro, what's up? And I just keep walking. And I'm like, fuck, I know they wanted to talk to me, but, like, I had to get on my plane, you know? So it's like shit like that. It's like, I feel bad because I'm like, oh, damn, they probably thought I was annoyed. But, like, I'm not annoyed. I just, like, I gotta dip.
Even the robots that Uber employs are being targeted and destroyed. In Philadelphia, both restaurants and residents were excited about Uber's plan to deploy delivery robots in the city, but some angry citizens had other plans. Which, dude, fucking clankers, what are you excited?
Yeah, or, well, if that happens, if you have, like, a delivery bot fucking try to deliver your shit, it flips over, it can't autocorrect itself. So does the app just cancel your order and refund you? Or do they be like, oh, we need to get a service agent to come fucking fix it?
Citizens had other plans. Which, dude, fucking clankers? What are you excited for? Clankers rolling around your city? Here's these little drones taking our jobs.
The homeless are fighting back, though.
I'm glad.
The homeless people in big cities are fighting delivery bots.
Only 1 month, multiple robots had been completely destroyed or vandalized. Many were left to decay on the streets as well. Online, multiple videos show people kicking them and sitting on them. Others purposely block and place them off their set path.
Oh, it is easy to get food out of them. I wonder how hard the lock is to break. But if you are a homeless person, it's like, you know, you're not really hurting anybody stealing that food.
Sitting on them. Others purposely block and place them off their set path, causing them further delayed deliveries. This hate for delivery robots runs deep, my friends. And in fact, one man has an entire social media account dedicated to aggressively screaming and harassing any delivery robots they see in LA.
Watch what you do. Don't come at me. Don't come. You're going in a fucking shade. Don't you dare.
Arvin is on duty? Wait, are these...
And when this is all...
You would micro sleep.
over, I'm gonna be laid up in the bed for a week.
What animals do that? There's animals that micro sleep.
Pete asks Ray if he thinks that he's gonna make it, but honestly, he's been having some doubts, and Pete admits that he gave up on winning a long time ago. He says,
"Ooh, yeah," he said at some point he's just gonna sit down.
That he wanted to believe that they wouldn't actually kill everyone because I guess he forgot that this is literally a death game. But now that reality came knocking, he doesn't think that he has what it takes to outlast the others. At mile 67, they come up on two kids on bikes who are about to witness something traumatizing. Everyone is feeling a little tense, and Hank's barely holding on, but that's when Harkness gets his first—
Yo! That motherfucker should have gave up miles ago. He breaks his foot walking up the hill like 8 hours prior. Breaks his foot. Fucking snaps. He's walking on a stub and his fucking foot is just hanging the other way, right? Like if this is his foot and he's walking like this, it's like his foot's to the side. He's walking on like the stub of his foot. And at some point he's like, I can't keep going. I'm like, yo, the second you broke your foot, you should have just sat down. Like you're not winning.
Warning. He snapped the out of his ankle back on the hill, and he's been walking on the bloody stump ever since. But it looks like he's finally reached the end of the line. The dude starts crying as he realizes what's about to happen, and everyone else knows that he's already done for. So Art starts shouting at the kids to look away, but they just sit there and watch as the soldiers blow his head schmoove off, making 33 walkers down with 17 more to go. Pete and Ray didn't like watching the nerd get done dirty, but Stebbins and Barkovich both start mouthing off again. And the truth is, only one of them gets to survive, so they better get comfortable watching people they like get smoked. And with that, they've officially made it 100 miles, which is when Art notices that
that's almost 4 marathons. Back to back.
Major still seems like he's not even tired, but Stebbins says the guy gets to sleep and take showers, so he's living the life of luxury while they're out there fighting to survive. Ray notices that Stebbins has a little cough, but he plays it off like it's just his allergies. But then all of a sudden, this one dude tries to dip out and make a run for it, but the soldiers light him up before he even makes it past the sidewalk, making 34 walkers down with 16 more to go. Oh my god. All right, now I'm sorry, but this dude should have just dropped out at the beginning and saved everyone the trouble. Like, that was honestly the worst escape attempt that I've ever seen. And
I get him trying to escape in the city, but it's like, yo, like actually, best case, he should have just dipped at night into the woods when like there's low visibility and he would be able to like duck behind trees.
Could have at least given us a fucking heads up first, like, damn, maybe I wanted to escape. But now, they're all gonna be ready for it. But anyways, I don't know what the guy was thinking, but he obviously hasn't been playing enough COD, because otherwise, he'd know that glass doesn't stop bullets. Well, unless it's bulletproof glass, but, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, genuinely, though, what was Bro's plan here? To run in a straight—
I think he should have darted behind the car. Maybe dodge a few of the bullets and then kind of bounce behind the fucking the building and just run.
Straight line and not even try to find cover. That door was probably locked anyway. So my man was clearly better at walking than coming up with ideas. But it got me thinking, how would I have done this? Well, honestly, at this point, I've already been walking for 100 miles, so my legs aren't exactly feeling fresh. And with only 16 players left, I'd have to be pretty dumb to even try. I mean, these guys literally have machine guns and tanks, so what the hell am I even supposed to do here? But maybe, just maybe, there's a way that we could pull it off. Now, if you want to do this successfully, the backup plan has to start before you even entered the game. So I'm gonna get one of my boys from the outside to make a signal, like a certain wave or a little dance I could hit to let them know that it's time. Then I would tell them to check the TV every hour, and if they see me hitting the Dougie, it'll be their sign to meet me a few miles up the road. But as for me, I would wait until it was...
What, you're gonna get in a getaway car? Bro, they're in military vehicles. They're gonna fucking blow you up.
It's nighttime and we were out in the middle of nowhere, and then wait for a good distraction, like one of the other players getting popped. Then
there is also restrictions. Like, they close these roads off. There's people that are allowed to, like, spectate on the side, but, like, you wouldn't be able to just, like, pull up in a car.
I would just dip out as fast as I could into the woods and use the nature around me for cover, ducking behind trees and rocks and shit until I was able to lose the soldiers, make it to the getaway car, and get the hell up out of there. But to be honest, I'm probably not even making it more than 10 feet, even with the best plan that I could think of. So right now, it's probably better to just stick around and try to actually win this thing. By mile 103, they start...
Where's this taking place? I think it's in, like, Arkansas or somewhere. It's, like, somewhere in the South.
They're talking about what they would wish for if they win. Ray says, you're supposed to wish for something that money can't buy. And when it's Pete's turn, he says that he's gonna wish for the walk to have 2 winners. That way, not everybody has to get capped. Now they want to know what Ray would wish for, but he decides that he doesn't want to jinx it by saying it out loud, so all he'll say is that he wants his wish to change the world. They make it through the night without...
No, and he says, I think he says he would tell Ray, like, the next day. And he said he would spoiler, I mean, if you're this far in, you don't really care about spoilers. He says he would wish for, he would wish for a carbine. And they would have to give it to him on the spot, and he would shoot the major in the head. And they wouldn't kill him because you're the winner and everybody cares about... That'd be like you killing the Hunger Games winner. Like, people would be pissed.
At mile 144, it's pretty obvious that Stebbins, yeah, he ain't doing so well. Things get pretty tense when Art has to pull over for a quick dookie, but he's able to get it out before he catches one to the face. Now that they're alone, Pete asks Ray about that wish again, but he says that he'll only tell him if he keeps it a secret. It turns out that his dad used to show him all kinds of stuff that the government didn't like, but one night, 12 kicked in the door, waving the 4-4, and dragged Pops out into the street. They gave him one last chance to be a good NPC, but my boy decided to stand his ground, so they blew his face off right there on the spot. That's why Ray decided to join the walk, because if he wins, he's gonna wish for a rifle and use it to slime the major live on TV. Pete starts pointing out some flaws in his plan, like how his dad would still be around if he just lied, and he doesn't think that Ray actually has what it takes to kill someone. He thinks it's more important to actually appreciate their lives instead of going around looking for revenge. But Ray is convinced...
Yo, this movie is so fucking peak, bro.
...that his only choice is to slide for his old man. They pass a family of rednecks watching from the side of the road, and Ray says that they're only here to watch somebody get murked. But Pete reminds him that they all live in the same messed up country, and if Ray doesn't believe that there's still good in the world, then there's no reason even trying to win. Up ahead, they see a rainbow in the distance, and this makes old Pete start feeling a little emotional, so he grabs Ray by the shoulder.
Yo, I remember rewatching this scene because it was supposed to be an emotional scene about the rainbow, and all I could focus on was this kid looking like he just shit his pants in the front.
Up ahead, they see a rainbow in the distance, and this makes old Pete start feeling a little
fucking like hobbling.
So he grabs Ray by the shoulder and decides that they should be more than just friends. By now, they're pretty much brothers, but in the end, somebody's got to be an only child.
Okay. Ooh, that's cold.
Okay, well, now I understand why Ray was dumb enough to sign up, because his dad was a total idiot as well. So I hate to say it, but Ray's entire family has f***ed up here. I mean, we all break the rules sometimes, you know?
Yo, this guy is fucking... He's like, I don't care about the emotional shit. Yo, this family's fucking stupid. Ray signed up like a dumbass because his dad's a dumbass.
But when you're a grown man with a wife and kid, you gotta be a little more careful. If there's one thing you don't want to mess with, it's the government. Especially when you live in some kind of 1984 world where you could just get smoked for just owning a book. Being a rebel is all fun and games until a legit military death squad kicks your door down. And at least for me, I would have immediately started acting like the most patriotic American that these guys have ever seen. But I don't think you're really hearing me. I'm saying I would have turned into Stan Smith the moment these fuckers showed up. No troublemakers here, sir. Just 3 people who love the good old red, white, and blue. Because honestly, how hard is it to just lie? And then as soon as they were gone, I'd just go right back to doing my OG shit. But since Dad had to go fight the system, that gave Ray this bright idea to go follow in his footsteps, and look how that turned out. He could be back at home watching this all on TV, but now he'll be lucky just to survive. So sorry, Ray, but you and your daddy done f***ed up. By mile 170, the boys are barely holding on, and Walker number 4's feet are starting to look like ground beef. When he can't handle the pain, he tries going up to a tank for some help, but the soldiers just run his freaking legs over and
oh my god, I forgot about this shit. Yo, like, he goes up to the tank for help. I thought they would just kick him off, bro. They just run him over.
Blast him in the head. Just 2 seconds later, this dude Tressler starts ripping off his clothes like he's about to turn into a werewolf. But the second he hits the side of the road, the soldiers just mow him down, making 36 walkers down with 14 more to go. By mile 201, another 7 walkers have gone down, leaving only 7 still in the game. It's nighttime again, and Ray is still holding on, but it looks like Hank could be the next to go. Stebbins chimes in that he looks ready to give up, so Ray goes over to—
Nah, bro. Yo. Chat, I know we're watching the whole film's, like, summary right now. It is so much more, like, gritty right here. Stebbins, because you're watching this, you're like an hour and a half into the film. You know all these characters. Stebbins walks in. He goes, "Hey, Ray, you exhausted?" And Ray's like, "Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted." He goes, "You're not exhausted." He goes, "Look at Hank. Hank can't even speak." He starts like, and then it zooms in on Hank. Hank hasn't spoken in like 30 minutes in the show or in the movie, which is like days. Like Hank hasn't spoken in a day. He's barely walking. He like lost his tooth. He's fucking losing his mind.
Check on his man, but the dude is completely out of it. And after dropping some quick philosophical bars, he runs up to one of the tanks and grabs somebody's rifle. But they blast him and let him bleed out to set an example for the others. Art can't handle watching his buddy suffer, so Ray has to come pull him off before they both get killed. But there's nothing they can do besides keep going, so that makes 44 walkers down, with only 6 more to go. They make it another few miles before anyone's ready to talk again, and to make things even worse, this guy Collie tells everyone that Hank actually had a wife. That makes him the only married man in the entire group, and he can't believe the dude would risk it when he had somebody like that back at home. Pete decides they should all promise to give some money to Hank's wife if they survive, and even Stebbins finally agrees. It turns out he was actually getting sick after all, but he still thinks that there's a chance that he can win. Now at this point, you might have forgotten that crazy old Barkovich is still alive, and he's personally offended that Pete didn't ask him to join the club, so he goes up to Ray and starts trying to apologize.
Yo, and this is like some fucking psycho. Dude, it feels like a Joker scene. Oh, it's the most replayed scene. This feels like a Joker scene, bro. He grabs Ray and he's like, "I gotta be part of the friend group, right? Like, you guys hate me, but like, I didn't mean to make fun of that rank kid like 3 days ago. It's like, it's not my fault that he's dead. Like, he's fucking like sitting doing like, it's like a 10-minute scene too. He's like right next to his face, like whispering in his ear. It's so creepy. And the whole time I'm like, I'd be worried he would stab me.
But the more this guy talks, the more it's obvious why he doesn't have any friends. I mean, he's nuttier than a squirrel fart on a winter's day, and says that he can't keep the voices out of his head, so Ray just tries playing it cool so the dude doesn't snap. He's finally able to get rid of him without the guy doing anything crazy, but just when it seems like he's—
Yeah, no, and the whole time, dude, Pete's 3 feet away. Barkovich is going, "Can you ask Pete if I could be a part of the friend group?" Like some fucking second grader shit. And Ray goes, "Yeah, man, I'll ask him." And he walks like 2 feet over to Pete and he goes, "Barkovich wants to be a part of the friend group." The whole time Pete fucking hears what they're talking about. It's like so weird.
Finally starting to get it together, he walks straight to the front of the group and decides to quit the competition early, making 40—
Yo, quit the competition early, bro. He fucking cuts his neck open in front of all of them. And he says some weird ass shit. He's like, "I'll be with you guys forever."
5 walkers down,
just traumatizes all of them.
With only 5 more to go. Alright, now I might be wrong for saying this, but at least they don't have to deal with that guy anymore. We're officially down to the last 5 walkers, which means that we now all have a 20% chance of winning. But as you can see, more and more of these dudes is starting to crack. Now, we all knew that Barkovich was crazy from the beginning, but you're probably wondering what happened with Captain Underpants over here. Well, I'll tell you. It's called paradoxal undressing. And basically, it's what happens when somebody goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They just rip off all their clothes and start running around like a crazy person. So yeah, walking nonstop for almost 200 miles will do that to you. And now we're not just talking about the physical challenge of walking anymore, because the mental side of things is going to be just as hard. So I'd need to make sure that I don't end up going nuts this close to the finish line. But actually, it's really not that hard as you might think. So what I'm gonna do now is start picking something up ahead, like a tree or a sign, and just stay focused on getting there. Then keep repeating that process one little bit at a time. And this is when I'm gonna start blocking everything out. So if one of these guys gets capped, no they didn't. They just went on an all-inclusive vacation to Aruba. And as a matter of fact, that's where I am too. You see? Now
so you would purposefully make yourself insane and ignore them? I think it's easier said than done. Because the connections you would build in this game would be so rapid. Like, Pete and Ray basically go from strangers to best friends in 3 days. Because you're just you're like both, you're trauma bonded. You know, like you're both experiencing something that's fucking insane. And you already are friendly with each other. It's
now
like,
I can't get tired because
you couldn't just ignore that.
In my head, I'm already at the beach just kicking back and chilling. And if I just refuse to accept reality, then the other players, yeah, they ain't gonna stand a chance. At mile 260, they passed
10 marathons, back to back 10 marathons.
By a flaming car crashed on the side of the road. Khalid decides this moment calls for a sing-along, and they all start singing "Oh My Darling Clementine" in honor of Hank's wife. Now it's sunrise on day number 5, and they're getting close to the town where Ray's family lives. Khalid says he's lucky for getting to see his mom, and he's pissed that he won't get the same chance again before he dies. But Pete thinks that seeing her is only going to make things worse. At mile 286, they finally make it to Freeport, but Ray's boots fall apart as soon as he gets to town, so he has to ditch them and start walking in his soggy socks. Which is when he turns to see his mother watching from the side of the road. It's a heartbreaking moment, but instead of passing her,
oh my god, this scene made me cry, bro.
Turns around and starts saying that he's sorry until Pete finally comes to pull him back. He's having a full-blown panic attack about having to leave her, so Pete starts telling him a story about his childhood. He says his parents both died in the war, so he had to go live with his drunk of an uncle. But then he died from drinking too much, so he fell in with a group of bad dudes and turned to a life of crime. One day he got into a scrap with a dude who sliced him up, and that's how he got his scars. But when he woke up in the hospital, he realized that it was time to turn his life around, which is why he always looks at things from the bright side. But he says it takes a lot of work not to go.
Pete saved him. Pete saves Ray like 10 times in the film.
Back to his old ways. So he wants to use his prize money to help out other struggling kids. And if Ray wins, Pete says that he needs to give up on revenge and go back to his mom because he deserves to have a second chance instead of throwing it away. At mile 306, Stebbins decides it's time for—
like, that is an unreal distance, bro. What is 300 miles? What's like distance from Pittsburgh? What's like a known thing? Like, what's Philly to New York? Philly to New York is only 94 miles. Okay, Philly to Boston. Philly to Boston distance. 306 miles. That is the exact distance that they're... So, if you could walk from Pennsylvania through New Jersey, through New York, through all of Connecticut, and through half of Massachusetts, and that's the distance they've walked. A 5-hour nonstop drive.
For a new deal. He says they need to stop helping each other and let nature take its course. And even though Pete doesn't like it, Ray agrees that he's probably right. The only one who hasn't said anything is Kali, and out of nowhere he rushes for a rifle and takes down one of the soldiers. They instantly shoot him in the gut, but he decides to quit the game before they can finish the job, and that makes 46 walkers down, with only 4 more to go. Alright, now we're down to the final 4, and I don't know who Stebbins thinks he is making demands over here, but he's clearly on death's door, and the boys have him outnumbered 3-1. So honestly, why the hell would they listen to this guy? Of course, he wants them to stop working together because he knows it's the only chance he has of surviving until the end. But honestly, he's in no position to be calling the shots. So if it were me, I would try making him a deal. Think about it this way, right? Stebbins is getting sick.
I don't know, man. I feel like you could just rip a warning. Like, I think if I fucking dead-legged Stebbins here, he is fucked. Like, you get one warning for punching someone. If I walked up to Stebbins and I just fucking roundhouse him right in the kneecap, I think he is fucking instantly folding and he's not getting up. Like, I have a warning now. I'll walk for an hour straight. You know, if he's dead.
So he doesn't have that much longer, but he's also got a fresh pair of sneaks that he'll probably never use. And Ray isn't going to make it much farther on his bare feet, so if I were Ray, I would agree that it's every man for himself, but only if Stebbins lets me have the shoes. Then it's actually a fair competition. And if he disagrees,
he would never agree with that. Then it would just be like, all right, let's keep walking.
I'll just keep working with the boys and take the shoes once he drops out. At this point, they've been going for 324 miles, and now Art's nose is starting to bleed like a garden hose. Stebbins says that it's probably internal bleeding, and the other guys try to keep him up, but Art eventually cannot go on any longer, and tells Pete that he should be proud for coming all this way. The boys say their goodbyes, and Art makes them promise to give his necklace to his grandmother, but now it's time for the Three Musketeers to become the Two, and the boys keep walking on as the soldiers take him out, making 47 down with only 3 more to go. At mile 326,
y'all gotta watch this movie. I don't care if you know the fucking ending, bro. It's so sad actually watching like that versus like hearing what happens versus actually seeing it. He literally goes, "You guys gotta promise me you won't look," and he's like, "You gotta promise me you won't look," and then they're like, "Okay." And then he fucking just walks and sits, and you see it in the back, but they're just like, they literally just go, and they hear the gunshot.
Major's still piping up with his motivational speakers. Ray starts cursing him out, but the dude's still treating it like a game show. And that's when Stebbins decides that it's time to reveal his secret. He starts comparing himself to the rabbit in a dog race, saying he's supposed to be like a machine that the other guys couldn't catch. It turns out the Major is actually this guy's dad, and he's got dozens of unwanted kids spread out all over the country. So Stebbins...
Yeah, he's like a bastard child. Stebbins is the Major's kid, but the Major, he thought the Major didn't know that he was his kid, but then he ends up saying like, oh, the Major knew the whole time. And what gives it away at the very start of the movie is he just calls your number and gives you your dog tag, and the only guy the Major says good luck to is Stebbins. The only guy. At least that's how I saw it. I would have to rewatch it to double check. But I remember in the beginning of the movie, I was watching it with Brooke. I was like, that's weird. The Major said good luck to only Stebbins. Like, out of everybody.
Wish was to just for the guy to, like, finally treat him like a son. But now he can feel his body giving out. So instead of dying like a wild animal, he decides...
Body giving out, bro. He says, I remember he said, I feel my lungs filling with liquid. I'm gonna die.
To go out with some dignity. Before he goes, he warns the boys what to expect when they reach the finish line, but that's when he stops and takes his final warning, and the soldiers blow...
He says there's gonna be, he said there's spectators at the end, they want to see the last kill. He said just keep walking. He said it's gonna rain tonight or some shit. I love the rain. And then he just said, fucking do it. And then they kill him.
Blow him away as soon as his time is up, making 48 down with only 2 more to go. They've gone 331 miles when they hit their first big crowd, and these sickos actually start cheering them on. But as Pete looks over at Ray, he decides that he's ready to stop. All of a sudden, he drops back down and takes a knee, but Ray isn't ready to let him go, so he picks up his friend and starts pushing him down the road. He asks Pete to walk just a little bit farther, so he decides to hang in there for his friend, but while he's distracted, Ray stops and let his timer run out. The soldiers instantly shoot him twice in the side, and Pete rushes to pick him up, but Ray tells him that he loves him as the soldiers drag him away. Knowing that he's done for, Ray apologizes to his mom as the Major steps up to finish him off, and that makes 49 down with 1 lucky winner.
And they show it, bro. They show it. That's what's like. You would think that they would do the monologue and then it would be like the gunshot and it would just be on Pete. No, they show him die.
But Pete's story is not over
Because it, like, makes you feel like you're Pete.
yet. The guy starts breaking down as the fireworks go off and the entire crowd starts to celebrate, but that's when the Major comes to ask for his wish, and thinking it over, he wishes for a soldier's rifle. The Major lets it happen, thinking there's no way he's actually gonna—
Which you knew he was gonna ask for it too, because earlier he was like, man, the rifle ain't gonna fix anything. And then the Major interrupts Pete crying and he's like, what's your wish?
shoot somebody, but the second he gets his hands on it, he ups the weapon and blasts the Major straight in the chest, killing him right on the spot. With his wish fulfilled, Pete turns to walk down the empty street, leaving the crowd behind him. In the end, that makes 50 down.
No, that is not the ending. Everybody disappears. He doesn't leave the crowd. The ending's supposed to be that he has to continue walking because killing the Major didn't actually solve anything. Because the dystopia is still going to exist. So you still have to keep walking because the long walk will still exist. It will still occur. There were people around him, and that's just not what... He didn't leave everybody.
With only one survivor, and at least Pete managed to get some revenge for his friend, but I'm thinking next time he might just want to stay home instead. The Long Walk, and I mean...
Fucking peak movie, bro. We didn't really get into how to beat it. Outside of aerodynamics. Bro, the strategy really is have a backpack full of useful items, have good shoes, have a plan for everything. Don't run. You're never going to be able to run. You're going to die. Don't sign up. If you do sign up now, you just got to plan everything out. Maybe make some friends, but don't get too attached to them. And then don't be the guy to self-sacrifice and be a hero. Don't be the hero, right, in that situation. Be the guy that just wins. Count me down. God of War would be epic. I wouldn't have got it. If you have Neon sign versus vacuum cleaner, which would be easier to build in ancient Egypt?
If you were sent back to ancient Egypt and had to build a vacuum cleaner or a neon sign before you could come back, which would you choose?
Neon sign. It's not even close. Are you fucking kidding me? A vacuum. Also, how did he come up with this? Like, why is this a YouTube video? Why are we arguing about which would be easier to make in ancient Egypt, a vacuum or a neon sign? Neon sign. Vacuum cleaner? Chat, you need suction and gears. You would have to have an engine. Neon sign, you could get, like, electricity through some weird fucking waterway. You would have to generate electricity and then power the neon sign. But I feel like that's a lot easier than making a fucking vacuum. Have you ever seen a Swiffer wet jet, chat? Pretty hard to fucking make. Have you ever seen one of the Dyson vacuums? Pretty hard to fucking make. That guy's the MacGyver of the 21st century. It's not easy to make vacuum.
One is a glass tube filled with electrified gas. The other,
Okay, I kind of perceived neon sign as like a copper tube that was just really hot. And then they, like, change the color or something. I was thinking, like, oh, you get it struck by lightning. It's filled with gas. You need pure neon for a neon sign.
Which would you choose? One is a glass tube filled with electrified gas. The other, an electric motor housed in a tiny box. Since you're not here and Fred is, we're gonna send him back in time instead of you and force him to build each of these common modern day gadgets in ancient Egypt before he can come back and enjoy another In-N-Out burger. So let's go see which process.
When was the wheel invented? 3500 BCE. When were the pyramids built? Yo, they ain't even got a wheel yet. 2700 BCE. Oh, wait, no. 2700 BCE. So they got the wheel. I was going to say, if they don't even got the wheel yet, you got to make a fucking vacuum.
This will steal more of Fred's sanity.
That has 4 of those bitches. 4 wheels on a
We'll
vacuum.
start with the Neon Flamingo, which is guaranteed to make any ancient party 2 times more funner.
2 times more funner? Definitely more than that.
First up,
neon sign, dude. They'd think you're like a god. You pull up with that, any futuristic thing.
He's gonna need some glass.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause it again. What would be the coolest thing you could bring back from today that would make people think you're like a demigod? I don't think an iPhone, because I think an iPhone's too advanced that it's confusing. A dildo. I think a gun. A rocket launcher specifically. I think if you have an RPG and shells on the fucking shoulder and you blow something up, they're going, you're probably some sort of superhero. You know, maybe a plane, a laser pointer, a fucking laser pointer. Nah. A car? Okay, an item, chat. Not an entire car. If you bring them a car, they're just going to think you're developed. They're going to think that you're from the future. You need to bring some shit that's like, they think that you're like from an alternate dimension. A vape pen. A puff bar.
Making scale? I'd say right about here.
A puff bar. Acid. Just a strip of acid. Quick interruption to shout out Gamer Subs. I work with them now. Code BART, 10% off free shipping and free sample pack if you add it to your cart at checkout. You're telling me you don't want to try Queso's nuclear bombsicle? I mean, look at this. It's going to taste amazing. Or any of the ready-to-drink cans that are in that mini fridge they said they were sending me. It's not a mini fridge. It's like twice as, it's huge. Anyways, that or any of the other, I only have like 4 right here, but they have about 1.5 million flavors. You could also get certain sleep supports. They have ones that aren't caffeinated. You could have ones that are flavored, caffeinated. Whatever you want, you got to check it out. Gamersups, link in the description, or just look up Gamersups. Use code BART at checkout. That's all. Peace.
Glass making was in its infancy. Now, glass is made from sand, which the Egyptians were no strangers to. But all sand is not created equal. The materials the Egyptians used made their glass opaque, cloudy, non-transparent, non-see-through. Too many impurities. But Fred can use their glass-making technique. He'll just have to include about 1,800 years of advancements, so the glass is at least somewhat transparent. In the 15th century, glassmakers in Venice developed a clear type of glass known as cristallo by using quartz and potash. The potash is basically just filtered ash, and does 2 important things. Lowers the melting point of the sand, and increases the durability of the final glass product. Fred's glass...
Alright, I'm going to sound like a dumbass here. I thought all glass was transparent. I thought maybe that's from Minecraft, but I really thought that all stained glass is just colored glass. Stained glass is just colored glass. They're putting food dye in it. That's what it is, right? It's what I thought, at least. Is that not what it is? Mirrors? How is a mirror made? How do they make a mirror? What is a mirror? Oh my god, what's a fucking mirror? What is a mirror? Stop, chat, think about it. No, glass makes sense, because it's just like melted down sand, and it's just fucking hardened, and you see through it. It's glass, right? Like a window, or the glass on your computer, or the fridge, or some shit, you see through it. How the fuck does a mirror... I get metal mirrors, right? I get like something being shiny, like a spoon, and I see myself. How the fuck does a mirror... How do you make a mirror? There's a layer of glue. Is it metal and glass? How... What is a mirror made of? A sheet of smooth, flat glass coated on the back with a very thin layer of reflective metal. So it is metal. Behind the glass. Wow. When did they have mirrors? I feel like if you bring a mirror to a motherfucker in ancient Egypt, that'd be pretty badass, no? When did they... No, you know what would make somebody think you're from the future? A fucking Polaroid. If you brought a Polaroid camera to ancient Egypt, they would be like befuddled. Get rid of the phone. Take a picture and print out a physical copy and be like, hey, you don't even need a painter anymore. Fuck Leonardo DiCaprio. Not DiCaprio. Fuck Leonardo da Vinci. Did he make paintings or was he a sculptor? Fuck the painters. You don't need those motherfuckers. Just take a picture of something. When did they invent the mirror? 6000 BCE. Before they invented a mirror, before they invented the wheel. That can't be true. Polished obsidian mirrors. That don't really count. I'm thinking glass mirror.
clear by today's standards, but good enough for a 3,000-year-old handmade neon flamingo. Isolating quartz from the rest of the sand grains, just like everything else back then, has to be done manually. However, you can find bigger chunks of quartz around, plus, the shores of the Red Sea, right next to them, was blessed with more than its fair share of quartz per other sand particles. So, since we're not recreating the Louvre, it won't be too difficult to gather up the amount of quartz needed. The melting point will still be extremely high though, so we'll have to create some bigger bellows than they were used to back then, but not a huge deal. How do you get glass in the form of a hollow—
Yo, I remember when I was a kid, I didn't realize how hard it was to melt metal, and I used to throw, like, tin cans and shit into a fire, and I was always so fascinated that it wouldn't melt. Like, you need a hot-ass surface to fucking melt metal. Any metal.
Oh, tube though.
Even like a little tin cap. You're a dumbass? Bro, I was like 9.
Well, that's where the Egyptians already have us covered. They used
1,000-degree knife. I used to do that all the time. Put a fire poker in a fucking campfire. Let it get red hot, and then you burn something. Put it in a fucking, like, a bucket of water. That was early brain rot. I keep pausing. People hate it. I've seen, chat, I know, I pause too much. Anyways, I loved the red hot metal videos. I'll say it. I know it was brain rot. I know it was a bad era in 2016, and it was the start of brain rot content as a whole, arguably. But I loved the videos where it was like cutting into butter with a red hot knife. And it would just literally be just random like flamethrowers that they would just make it really hot, and they would cut into like an Xbox controller. It's awesome.
Technique to make stuff
satisfying. You never know what's going to happen. Cutting into a Diet Coke bottle with a red hot knife. Is it going to explode?
Like perfume bottles, where they basically formed dirt and clay into whatever shape they wanted, dipped it in molten glass, and once it solidified, they scraped the dirt and clay out. Fred will make the tube in sections like that, then try to melt each section together with some added beeswax and resin to seal it nicely. It won't be pretty, but it'll have that artisanal, I made this while dodging scorpions charm. The color of the neon light will depend on the gas used. Argon, for example, is purple. Helium—
How do they get... Yo, actually, I still don't understand how they get helium. How... They always say our atmosphere is like losing helium. I imagined that they deadass had people like with vacuums in the sky just like fucking sucking helium out of the air. How do they get helium? What do you mean you don't know? How do they get helium? How do they get helium? How do they get concentrated pockets of helium? They mine it? It's not a metal. What do you mean? Do they have filters for it? How do they get helium? Natural gas deposits underground. Bro, I thought they got that shit out of the air. In the ground, they just find like helium in caves and then suck it out.
Is pinkish red and neon is orangish yellow. Fred can't go with his favorite orangish yellow color though.
They mine it. They don't mine it. They mine into it.
He's got to be
You don't mine oil. You mine for oil.
Pragmatic about this. He wants the gas.
You drill for oil. I think you're thinking of xenon. Brother, I don't know what I'm thinking of.
That's easiest to get and isn't electrically expensive. So he'll go with mercury vapor, which is a cool blue color. It's toxic, but Fred's from the future, so he's not going to pull an Isaac Newton. To get the mercury vapor, Fred will heat up some cinnabar with iron in a sealed container to trap the gas. Gas is inherently sluggish. It takes a lot to get it excited.
Hey, you want to go for a walk? Nah, I'm good. You want to go to Raging Waters? Nah. You want to go on a free 14-day all-inclusive vacation to the Maldives? I'm just gonna take a nap. You know this is why we can't have nice things. Oh, come on, babe.
Creating the voltage needed to get mercury vapor excited and ready to party will be tricky. Just FYI, if electricity is this garden hose, amps is the amount of water going through the hose, and voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure.
Yo, I feel like I'm watching like a Khan Academy video right now. You're losing me. You're losing me. Stop giving me like an easy analogy to understand. Amps is the water out of the hose and voltage is the pressure. I don't know what a fucking amp or a volt is. I just know the higher the number, the stronger it is.
And voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure. For mercury, that's about 1,000 volts. Theoretically,
How the fuck are you generating 1,000 volts in Egypt in the year 4000 BC?
there's a few ways to do this with Egyptian tech, 0 of which are particularly easy. Creating a
Yeah, I'm waiting for a storm with a metal pole. Holding that shit up to the sky. Metal pole, copper tubing to the sky. Waiting for lightning to hit that shit.
generator out of a water wheel, coil of wire, and weak natural magnet wouldn't get us the voltage mercury vapor requires. One workaround is...
Magnets! Stop! Now we're getting into even more shit I don't understand. What the fuck is a magnet? How do you there's just metal that they find that is like attracted to other metal? Like, dude, and when you were a kid, anybody find two ends of a magnet that are the same and you try and force them together? I would spend hours doing that with like random fridge magnets, and they would go. Anytime you got real close, you couldn't get them to touch. If they were really strong.
It could create some voltaic pile batteries.
Jesse Pinkman over here. Bro, you saying I'm a dumbass? How you just know how I know how magnets work. Like, I know it's like the fucking ions. I don't know how magnets work. I don't. It's like the ions are like opposite. There's like electrons that are it's a plus minus. I've seen a AA fucking battery before, okay? It's the polarity or whatever. They're attracted to each other. They're not. I don't know. That's how it works. There's two opposites. It's two opposites, right? On whatever it is. At least you're not bald. Stop. Yeah, it's the polarity on the magnets. They either go towards each other or away. Where do they find magnets? In rocks, but most magnets are man-made. Joe, you know what a good present is? Just a really big fucking magnet. That's sick. I want one of those magnets that they have in a show. You know what I'm talking about? When it's like the U. It's like the perk that you get in video games, like Subway Surfers.
Problem is, sum in this case equals 1,000, which would take Fred's sanity all the way down to 0. Not good. Fred could also build a transformer, but this would require an immense amount of wire, as he'd need many tens of thousands of turns of wire in a coil to get the necessary voltage. That ain't happening either. Fred will go with option 3, which is to build an electrostatic generator with a series of Leyden jars. Invented in
How does Fred know this shit? Is Fred Albert Einstein? Are we sending Fred back to the fucking future? Back in the past? He just knows how to make a Leyden jar. Fred's just the jack of all trades. He just knows everything. Your ChatGPT going back in time.
1945, they consist basically of just a glass jar with metal on the inside and outside of it. They were the earliest and most simple batteries. And the good news is...
Yo, you know what fucks with me too? Sorry, it's gonna be very bright. This light is on 6 hours a day. Fucking, I don't know, 3 years? It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. How's that not right? What's in that? What the fuck? I look at that all the time. I'm like, that light bulb, it's just been going. It's LED. It's not LED. That one's not LED. The other ones I have are LEDs. My Elgato key light's an LED. That's not a fucking LED. You want to see it? Okay, you're not going to be able to see it. It's really bright. Hold up. Let me turn it off. Beep. Look. Fuck! Motherfucker! Can you see it? Oh my god. I can't touch it. It's hot. That's how I know it's not an LED. Fuck you. It's hot. LEDs don't get hot like that.
They can store a lot of voltage. The downside is it's released all at once. Because they're more like grenades instead of batteries, Fred needs multiple jars, which he'll put in a carousel with a gear-driven switch connecting one jar at a time to the neon tube. As the wheel turns, it'll discharge jars in sequence, creating a quick strobing effect that'll appear continuous to the eye, hopefully. Probably the most time-consuming part of all of this will be making all the wire, even though they had... Oh, wait, hold up. This'll just take a couple seconds, fellas. We gotta wait for people to like and like jewelry, creating it in bulk and
Motherfucker. You're gonna make me feel bad.
insulating it will be pretty difficult and time consuming. But Fred's got Egyptian helpers, and as we know, the Egyptians never back down from a mega project.
Yeah, do you think there was ever a point when they were building the ancient Egyptian pyramids that they were like, man, I don't know if this is possible? They had to, though, because it was like, I mean, they were religiously motivated, you know? It was like, that was like a life or death thing. There had to be a moment where they got the base of the pyramid for Khufu done, and they went, fuck no. Bro, it's standing today. Like fucking thousands of years later, that shit, bro, they probably got that base done and they went, oh, hell no. Or like when they're banging out those heavy blocks and they crack one and they got to restart, it's like 3 days worth of work down the drain.
Now, Fred is a genius who tinkers with stuff like this in his spare time.
They were dialed in? Yeah, they were. How fast did they build that shit? How fast did they build the pyramid? The Khufu pyramid. 20 years. Damn, that was probably every day, though.
All the time. So he built this light as fast as any mortal could. It took him 6 months, and his sanity went from a respectable 88 down to 59. After a little Mediterranean vacay, he's ready to start on the vacuum. For the vacuum, Fred could go the easy route and create a man-powered bellows suction-y gizmo. But we're not letting Fred off the hook that easy. We demand—
Oh my god, dude, that would have just been the cheat code right there.
Something more resembling a modern vacuum. He can make the house of the vacuum out of wood and beeswax, and he can use linen for the filter, and the easy parts are over. To create the suction, he needs a small fan made of bronze blades attached to an electric motor. Electric motors are mostly just wire, magnets, and some gears, but creating it in ancient times without
Oh, here's the Dos Equis.
He's drink number 4. Good as usual. 7 out of 10.
Shot of tequila. Oh, God, we were just drinking with random people, dude. That's the problem with all-inclusive. You just walk up, they're like, hey, you want a shot? You just go, oh, yeah. Had a margarita. Oh, my God. Tecate. Oh, Tecate Light. Yo, that's probably a top 5 beer. Tecate Light canned. Oh, watch this. That was just some old guy. Oh, he was trying to hook Chris up with his daughter. I remember that. He was like, my daughter's hot. I was like, what? A fucking weird-ass conversation with that guy. My daughter's a catch. I was like, okay, calling your daughter beautiful versus hot, 2 different things. Zins? Oh, I was zinning up a storm there, brother. Peep that Budweiser shirt. Fashion. Hold up.
Drinks. I'm gonna drink.
Oh my God, I drank that. No, that's where it went downhill. That was just a bottle of fucking wine.
It's a Vino Blanco. Whatever the fuck.
Bro, and I counted that as 1 drink. That is not 1 drink. That is a mini bottle of wine. I just drank it. Oh God. No, the bean dinner. Dude, no. After this, dude, I cut it. The bean, dude, I was so drunk at dinner that I just started putting beans in everybody's drinks because they had like fucking beans on the ground for some reason. They were just raw beans. I tried eating one, and they served the shrimp with the heads on. So I was so drunk, I was just fucking eating them. I went, I gotta go piss real quick. Fucking threw up in the toilet at dinner. I stroll back in. I go, I think I'm gonna go get food at the buffet. And then I strolled over to the buffet. Bro, that shit was so, yo, I'm one of my friends. Oh my God, that I'll drink with. Jay, you've seen him. We need 2K. He said there was one time, this is a side note. I feel like I've done this all the time. I'll be like, I gotta go piss. I just go fucking vomit. Just get a quick rejuice, come back out. He said there was one time he was at a concert. It wasn't a concert. It was like a baseball game, and they had a lot of porta potties lined out, and he really had to throw up, but there was a huge line. So he walked to the front of the line and goes, yo, do you guys care if I go throw up real quick? And so they let him through. He said he got into the porta potty and just vomited all over the walls, missed the toilet, and then just walked out. That is the funniest shit ever, bro. To be like, oh yeah, you're next. Oh, yeah, no, that's all you. And then the next person that let you cut to walk in and just see that shit.
But 2, actually 3.
Oh, my God, while I was in Boston, somebody pooped in the urinal at a porta potty. You'll see it in the vlog. Disgusting. Human turd. Just in the fucking porta potty. Like in the urinal, just like laid a log.
Glasses of champagne. Looking back, I can't believe I actually drank this much in such a short amount of time. Do not try this at home, please. The lounge started to fill up, so I couldn't slow down. Tuna wasn't an option anymore, which left me with one more choice. Champagne. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I think I overdid the champagne. I feel crazy right now. I think we're gonna have to switch up the drink selection. I thought I'd try out this beer. It tasted like beer, and oh boy, was it hard to get down. I was then gifted.
Bro, why are you drinking so much liquid? Ugh. Dude, whatever that slaw is on the bottom is no, I'm not eating that.
A whole chicken sandwich, compliments of the chef, so of course I deleted it. My flight is boarding very soon. I think the method is get a couple more drinks in and save my appetite for the plane. On board, they're gonna have a lot nicer and more expensive.
Bro, why are we just eating raw fish? I mean, yo, this is actually the worst combination you could possibly have. No rice, no carbs in the stomach. Just straight raw tuna and ceviche and fucking just Chardonnay. Chardonnay champagne.
A couple more drinks in and save my appetite for the plane. On board, they're gonna have a lot nicer.
What would you eat? I don't know. I would feel like I would carb up if I'm planning on drinking.
And more expensive items to take advantage of. For now, let's keep profiting.
Chardonnay. You guys are making fun of how I say it. Oh, Chardonnay. Oh, Chardonnay. Sorry. Chardonnay while I play Pokemon on my Switch.
It's not often you have champagne free at your disposal, so I thought before we get on this flight, let's take full advantage.
What are we doing, bro? Yo, maybe I'm wrong, bro. He puts them down, dude. What? What? Yo, he's like 9 glasses of fucking champagne in. Yo, and then to just be fucking just stumble on the flight. Stumble on the flight. Just go, I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. Just fucking yak.
That's gonna kick in real soon. Surprise food, surprise food. Guys, I was delivered a mini
Epic Mealtime, Dan and Phil, like Ray William Johnson. Yeah, these are all OG YouTubers, but even they were like 2010. Like when did like Dan and Phil get on YouTube? Dan TDM, bro, even Dan TDM's not. Like, I feel like you're not seeing, like, dude, this was an era where,
really like when Dan
YouTube was not big. Yeah, Dan and Phil joined YouTube in 2014. Like, that's old, but it's not that old, you know, comparable to, like, fucking Smosh. Like, when was Smosh? Smosh joined YouTube this is OG. 2005. November of 2005. The year that it was made. Like, that's OG. Markiplier. Bro, I feel like gaming wasn't really big on YouTube until the 2010s. Yeah, Markiplier joined in 2012.
There's a skit YouTube channel run by Ian Hecox and Anthony Padilla where they would dance in front of a webcam, and thankfully, the quality on this is much better than the Club Penguin video. This time, at 240p. I don't know too much about Fred, just that he would make skits with this really annoying high-pitched voice. Smosh was gaining such a large audience at the time that they were making it onto local news stations. And obviously, that brought a lot.
Dude, Smosh and Fred are the biggest that any YouTuber would ever be because they were like the only known YouTubers. Fred had 3 fucking movies. Fred had movies with John Cena. Like, he was huge.
A lot of attention back to YouTube. So this is where we enter the next era.
Oh my god, Nyan Cat.
2010 to 2013 is where YouTube really started to gain more traction as a platform. The music industry would eventually catch wind of this, and we would see more and more musicians upload music videos. You, of course, have your Justin Bieber Baby, which for the longest time held the record as the most disliked video on—
Wait, were there not music videos prior to YouTube, or were they just uploaded on like fucking on demand or some shit? I never even thought about that. Like prior to YouTube, were there not music videos? Like where would they air that? It would be on MTV?
On YouTube. But then I thought about something else, something that hadn't crossed my mind in quite a long time. Whoopin' Gangnam Style was the—
That's what I said in the beginning of the video. When I was in fucking, it was either 2nd or 3rd grade, I remember watching Gangnam Style on YouTube on the school computer and it being like the coolest experience ever.
The most popular video on YouTube. It held the record as the most viewed YouTube video for a pretty long time. My parents didn't let me listen to it because they said sexy in it. More and more creators were starting to show up and gain a pretty significant audience. A couple names you might recognize are Ryan Higa. He would make skit videos like How to Be Ninja. Another one is Vanos Gaming, who— actually, I'll let you figure.
Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since 1986, well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February of 2005, which
yeah, but YouTube never gained, like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, when was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was, like, the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like, 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was, like, just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that, like that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be.
Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since 1986, well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February of 2005, which
yeah, but YouTube never gained, like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, when was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was, like, the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like, 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was, like, just posting. I think YouTube got big around like Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like when music videos, like Friday, like that, like that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be. Believe it or not, there was a point on this platform where people would go viral for posting videos of them dancing on a shitty $15 webcam or a video of their cat. But
I think that, ooh, that was a voice crack. I think comparatively to any social media platform, is it not the same? Like, Vines were really bad, got progressively better, but were still, in hindsight, pretty dog because you only had 6 seconds to work with. In TikTok terms, was anybody on TikTok like 2019? Like 2019, even 2020, like most content on TikTok was slop. It was musically lip syncing and dancing, and there's still dancing today, but like the majority of the platform was like, just, hey, this is like a funny thing. It was all like trend, like videos. It was like trend videos of like dancing. There was no skit comedy really. I feel like now TikTok's full of like news, comedy, dancing, singing. It's full of like, there's so many different categories now that it's more competitive. So you have to make better content. Cause it's like early YouTube. Yeah. Somebody would go viral for going, Maya, cause there was no fucking, there wasn't Matt Pat. Matt Pat wasn't doing a 30-minute, 2-week long edited video of, you know, the actual lore of SpongeBob. You know, like it was just regular ass shit.
Oh, what the? Compared to nowadays, you have people like Mr. Beast who are spending $4 million per video. I'm not gonna directly.
Is it really 4 mil a vid? Why I miss old YouTube.
If I told you that YouTube as a platform has been around since
He doesn't post most of his videos. That's true. Like, or not most, but like
1986? Well, I sure hope you didn't, because that was a lie. YouTube was created in February.
If he makes 10 videos, he probably doesn't post like 3 or 4 of them because they're not good enough. And he has
2005, which
yeah, but YouTube never gained, like, when did YouTube gain traction? Like, what multiple working at once? 4 mil a vid, though? You think he's making that back? When was Smosh? I feel like Smosh was, like, the first, like, big known YouTube channel. 2011, 2009, 2010. Yeah, like, 2005, nobody was on YouTube, bro. It was, like, just posting. I think YouTube got big around, like, Gangnam Style. Genuinely. Like, when music videos, like Friday, like that, like, that's when it was big.
At the time of recording this, it makes the platform over 20 years old. Now, in this time, YouTube has evolved so much that it's almost unrecognizable from what it used to be. Believe it or not, there was a point on this platform where people would go viral for posting videos of them dancing on a shitty $15 webcam or a video of their cat. But
I think that, ooh, that was a voice crack. I think comparatively to any social media platform, is it not the same? Like, Vines were really bad, got progressively bad. The vid alone, no. Even with fucking 200 million views, bro, you're not making 4 million better, but we're still, in hindsight, pretty dog because you only had 6 seconds to work with. In TikTok, turn $1 on a video. Even maybe with a sponsor, I think he breaks even. I think that's why he has Feastables and, fucking Lunchly. Was anybody on TikTok like 2019? Like 2019, even 2020, like most content on TikTok was slop. It was musically lip syncing. It's because it's like, that's what makes money. He uses his playing and dancing, and they're still dancing today, but like the majority of the platform was like, just, hey, this is like a funny thing. It was all like trend like videos. It was like trend videos of like dancing. There was no skit comedy really. I feel like now TikTok's full of like news, comedy, dancing, singing. It's full of like, there's so many different categories now that it's more competitive. So you have to make better content because it's like platform, yes, to promote things and make money itself. But I think a lot of the actual profit revenue, early YouTube, yeah, somebody would go viral for going, my he gets is through products that he makes. The guy, because there was no fucking, there wasn't Matt Pat. Matt Pat wasn't doing a 30-minute, 2-week-long edited video of, the candy bars.
But hey, Mr. Beast, my PayPal's always open. In terms of YouTube,
the actual lore of SpongeBob, it was just regular ass shit.
Oh, what the compared to nowadays, you have people like Mr. Beast who are spending $4 million per video. I'm not gonna directly.
Is it really 4 mil a vid?
Though, I'm still struggling to figure out how we went from this.
He doesn't post most of his videos. That's true. Like, or not most, but like.
To this.
If he makes 10 videos, he probably doesn't post like 3 or 4 of them because they're not good enough. And he has multiple working at once. 4 mil a vid, though? You think he's making that back? Off the vid alone, no. Even with fucking 200 million views, bro, you're not making 4 million.
In order to decipher this
$1 on a video. Even maybe with a sponsor, I think he breaks even. I think it got easier to make content, right? It's like the average that's why he has Feastables and, fucking Lunchly. Person can edit and do professional grade stuff. And then it's also just like, you need to go, it's because it's like, that's what makes money. He uses his platform, yes, to promote things and make money itself. But I think a lot of the actual profit revenue he gets is through emails saying if I'm not paid by today by 5 p.m. PST, so 3 hours, I lose my order. I tried live chat, but they said I can only notate my account and can't guarantee it won't be canceled. I don't get paid until Tuesday. It's just over $272 for my payment. Is anybody here able to help me out till Tuesday? Or anybody give me some advice on how I can delay payment? If anybody here can help, I can just verify myself however you need. Show you my pay stubs and direct deposit proof. This has just been a rough couple of months financially, and I'm going to cry if this order gets canceled this close to being paid. Please help, fam. Like, I get she's in a rough financial spot, and, like, that's sucky, and I do feel bad about that. But it's also, like, bro, like it's really like just like you shouldn't be going to Coachella if you have to do like if you're putting yourself in this much of a financial struggle where you actually don't have the money. Like that's what this is. This is like I don't have rent money, right? Like I can't pay anything.
To lend her $272, quote, in the spirit of Coachella, because the charge.
Like, I don't have $272 to my name to pay for this. What or why are we going?
Charges coming in just days before she gets paid from her job. E-begging online to basically pay off the Coachella loan sharks that you've had. You know what I mean? Come on, hello, Coachella fan.
Elder millennial. So I lost my job at State Farm.
I need you guys.
So I can't afford to go to Coachella anymore. I've already paid 5 out of the 6 months, and they're going to cancel my order.
It's to bankroll me. Thank you. You think, you know, the thing, though, is that women... Sorry, women. Being a little misogynistic here. If you're like an attractive person, even if you're a guy or girl, if you're an attractive person, you could post a picture of yourself and be like, looking just for help on this ticket. You would 100% get people doing that just for the fact of like, you want to...
Yeah, you could find a gooner that would pay for the ticket.
Link up? Like a million percent. a million billion percent.
I had buddies who did something similar to that with their friends. They paid for their tickets so they can hang out with them.
Didn't you do that?
I
thought you paid so you could...
That's like an ultimate hack if you're just a woman at a bar. Go up, hey, can you buy me a drink? Sure. Any guy. If you're like at all attractive and you walk up to a guy at a bar and go, hey, can you buy me a drink? You want to do a shot? And they go, oh, yeah. Because the guy's going to be holding his orange crush like this. Wait, yeah. $30 that he pays it. You know, you have a conversation for 2 minutes. You go, I got to go meet with my friends. Just walk away. This won't work for me. I'm ugly. Don't say that about yourself. And if I'm being honest, it'll still probably work. It'll still probably work. Have you ever done that? No. Yeah, at a gay bar. I've tied my shirt up and walked up. No, get the fuck out of here. I met Joe at a gay bar. I go to gay bars all the time. I've gone to some gay bars that are a little overwhelming. And I support the LGBTQ. And there's 2 different types of gay bars. There's LGBTQ bars, like LGBTQ inclusive bars. And then there's gay bars. And then there's gay bars, right? And what I mean by that is you walk in and there is a dude with assless chaps. And I go, ooh. And not judging, you know, it's just like didn't really, you know, expect that sometimes. And you get attracted? No, but I'll walk up, maybe chat to him, buy a drink, have a conversation, walk away. Dude, gay people are awesome. I don't think you realize the positive vibes at a gay bar. You walk into a fucking gay bar, everybody's happy. Super happy. Gay and gay, both meaning both homosexual and happy. And it's awesome, you know? They're fucking nice. They have great fashion, you know? And the drinks are cheap. Every gay bar is cheaper than any other regular bar.
Could not look stiffer, and he's just looking up at the stage.
There was an 18-year-old there with like 3 23-year-old women. So his thought was like, oh, I'm going to rent a hotel and I'm going to
have a crazy sex party afterwards, right?
So when I showed up and the girls were like,
you're fucking up my plan.
They're like, Nick, what are you doing after the concert? And I was like, oh, I think I'm just going to sleep in my car. I brought like a Tempur-Pedic mattress and put it in the back of my car.
Did you think you were getting lucky with the Tempur-Pedic mattress?
No, but I did think this would give me brownie points. Like, they think I'm so fucking cool.
No, it probably came off kind of stalkerish just a little bit. Remember that thing that you just told me you were doing this weekend? Surprise. I'm doing it too now.
I think I worked the next morning, so I left at like 7 a.m.
Is that when you're slinging za?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice, dude. Influencers with money to spend.
Slinging za, the funniest story from, what is his name? Nick, I think? Was when he said he was on it was a Papa Meat video. He said he was on acid and he was freaking out so much when he was making pizzas that he was sweating all over the pizzas. Like dripping sweat onto the pizzas.
However, will admit publicly to spending as much as $200,000.
Like just imagine some guy just tripping balls in the back of a fucking pizza place. Just like spreading the cheese.
$1 to get the full Coachella experience, from private jet flights to insanely expensive Airbnbs.
Who's Sophie Rain? Stop LARPing.
flying out various people. It's a tax write-off for our content. James Charles.
Who's Soapy Rain?
Can we go to Coachella next year for a tax write-off?
No.
Please.
Only if I know for a fact that the Shadow Man's not going to be there.
Hi, sisters.
James? Can you imagine being in a tent and then, yeah, you just see the silhouette of James Charles outside? If you hide your lipstick and mascara, he can't hurt you. The most absurd part about Coachella is that no matter how much money you drop in order to live in luxury, there's only so much you can prepare for when you reach the venue.
There's a fucking thunderstorm.
In 2025, the first weekend of Coachella was off to a horrible start.
Oh my God, yes, this is when I went. All the campers were posting that they were in line for like 9 hours and they couldn't get to their spot.
What was being referred to as Coachella Carmageddon. People that wanted to utilize the car camping lots.
Let me pull up a map of Coachella to make it easier. I went in 25. I did not go this year. So obviously the map probably looks a little bit different. But say you're at Sahara down here and you're watching like one of your favorite rappers. But on the Coachella stage, Sabrina Carpenter's performing, you know? And then all the way over in Gobi, Juiced is performing. And they're all performing at the same time. Say the rapper starts at 6:30, Juice starts at 6:45, and Sabrina starts at 7:15. They're all performing for an hour and a half. So you're like bouncing around just trying to get like samples of each artist. And it's like you either full commit to one and just get FOMO about the other ones, or you get like a half experience of all three. Like, you can't see everybody. You just can't. And it's also the worst venue ever because it's in the middle of the desert. It's hot as fuck. This year it wasn't. When I went, it was like 100 degrees outside. So that's the problem. It's like, you go hype. Like, I genuinely believe that the best place in my mind to hold a concert is somewhere where it's cold, right? You wear more layers. As you're hype and moving around, you take them off, you know? Like, when they hold concerts at, like, ski resorts and shit, bro, that's awesome. Because it's cold as fuck, and then you get hotter, you take your clothes off. When it's fucking 100 degrees outside, and you're already walking around all day, you're sunburnt to shit, and you're trying to wear, like, a cool outfit because it's Coachella, you know, and you have to be LARPing. So it's like, at the end of the day, you're just fucking burnt. You know? Go to the doctor. It doesn't matter if you're young. You should be getting yearly checkups. You should be going to the dentist. You should be going to the dermatologist. You should be going to your general doctor, your GP. I know it's hard to find doctors at times, and it can be a real pain to schedule appointments, but it's better to catch problems early rather than later, and it feels a lot more comforting to know that you have no problems. And that's where ZocDoc, the sponsor of today's video, makes your life a whole lot easier. I actually used ZocDoc to search for allergists before I knew I had alpha-gal. It can be a real pain to schedule a doctor's appointment. You're calling, you're getting put on hold, you're playing phone tag, you end up getting an appointment 6 months down the line, and you're like, what is happening? ZocDoc makes that easier. With ZocDoc, all you gotta do is put in what type of doctor you're trying to see, your area, your insurance information, and they immediately set you up with a list of doctors, areas, and appointments that you're able to easily funnel through to see who you want to go to and when. They have over 150,000 providers, over 200 plus different specialties across all 50 states. And you can do it from the comfort of your own phone. It's also free to use. And I know it may seem small, but just clicking the link in the description is the first step towards prioritizing your health. Taking care of your health just got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/Bartolozzi to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This is especially strange considering that every year there are horror stories from attendees that paint.
Oh, don't park, dude. But it's like they upprice, it's like any other fucking festival or convention or anything. Like in TwitchCon or, you know, the Super Bowl, or any other fucking event, they skyrocket hotel prices and shit because they know there's a high demand. So the supplies lower the high demand, they fucking hike prices. You know, and they premeditatively do that because they know Coachella's coming. But the car shit's the worst, man. People be in traffic for like 7 hours trying to fucking get their camping spot. And then they'll set up the stupidest shit is like, they'll rent like 9 car spots and actually set up a tent that's the size of a house for 3 days and then take it down.
It's maybe not as bad as like Burning Man, but it still has like a taste.
I feel like Burning Man, okay, well, Burning Man, there's people that like fucking tweak on drugs and run around naked. But like, I actually feel like Burning Man would be like more of a experience. Like, when you're at Burning Man, you're like, I get why we're in the middle of the desert. You know, I understand. We're at Burning Man. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Then you're in Coachella Valley, and fish and chips at a shitty restaurant is $35, and you're like, this city sucks. The city of Coachella is ass. That place blows. I don't know why anyone would live there.
To get pretty crazy after all. When you put thousands of drug-filled concert goers and influencers like James Charles, remember that James Charles picture where his ass was out? Can you imagine being at a concert where James Charles is lurking around?
I will say it was weird. I didn't see James Charles when I went, but I was just like I was in the same vicinity as Machine Gun Kelly, fucking Liam from what? Not Liam. Is it Liam? Or is Liam the one that died? No, Liam died. Oh my God. Rip. Who was it? Not Niall. One Direction members. Louis. I was next to Louis. He's like 5'6". Saw Charlie D'Amelio. I felt like I was in a fever dream, man. I was like, what?
Spooky man. Yeah, that's what the locals say. The spooky man is spooky.
So many TikTokers. I was like, what? I saw Sam and Colby, or one of them. I don't remember which. I think it might have been Sam. And it's also like such a weird, dude, it feels like there's a paywall to everything at Coachella. Like, we had VIP tickets, so there's like general admission, all that area. It's most of the venues general admission. Then there's like VIP spots where you could get like drinks quicker, and there's like better food, but it's still like $80 for fucking food. And in the VIP section, you're still standing in line for fucking 10 minutes to get a drink, 15 minutes to get a drink. They don't serve shots. They only have light drinks. And it's like canned beer for, you get a fucking Heineken for fucking $20. Anyways, vodka Red Bull, $32. But guess what? They have Aperol Spritz stands. Woo! Woo! Oh, I love the taste of grapefruit and fucking bitterness in my mouth when I'm in 100 degrees and I'm dying of dehydration. Let me drink something that makes me feel like I'm a raisin. They have an Aperol Spritz stand. Woo! How fancy. Some stupid shit like that. And then in the VIP section, they have walled sections for like parties. Like they had a YouTube party or some shit. And there's like a walled section. And then outside of that, there's other parties outside of the venue that matter more than the fucking venue itself. And they have other performances there, and you need to get invites for them. And I was like, oh, could I get invited? And my manager's like, no, you have to do a shout out for this company to get invited because they have tickets. Guess what, buddy? Whoop! Whoop! I'm not going to go to that. I'm not about to shout out your stupid fucking company so I can get a ticket to a party. What is this? Dystopian ass shit. No. It's like you're in or you're out. Why do I gotta fucking do an ad so I can get into a party?
The Shadow Man.
Hell no.
That's what they call James Charles. They call James Charles.
So I could walk up and be like, yeah, I'm on the list.
The Shadow Man. All you see is a giant silhouette of like huge fucking big ass lips and a giant ass. Hi, sisters! Ah! Yeah. So, let's explore the insanity that is Coachella. The first Coachella festival began in 1999 because its founders wanted a place to celebrate music, art, and culture similar to that of the Glastonbury Festival in the UK. I also wonder if it's also because of the Woodstock resurgence in the 90s too.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Because there was a lot of, and then the Woodstock 99, I'm pretty sure that's where people died.
Oh, God.
The lineup of the inaugural event consisted of artists like Tool and Rage Against the Machine, and attendees would spend as little as $50 for both admission and parking. They'd either
$50? Yeah, now it's like fucking $3,000.
pay for a cheap nearby hotel to stay at during the event, or simply sleep in their cars to save a couple bucks. The venue was much smaller than it is today, but the shows were much more intimate, and people have fond memories of the earlier years where the venue was not densely packed and people could appreciate the music without social media interfering. It's kind of I feel like people go there just to get pictures now.
It's for the gram now.
I just filmed myself drunk inside of a fucking porta potty.
And bless anybody using one of these during the day. Post it up. Coachella porta potty.
Bro, also you hear the fucking porta potty shaking. The fucking the stage, I think it was Yuma. I don't remember the name. I think it was Yuma tent, was like actually a football field away. and the porta potty's shaking. Unless you have a private driver or you actually drove there, which you're probably not driving there because everybody's getting drunk. So it's like, you don't want to fucking drunk drive back. You also didn't rent a car. You're in the middle of fucking Coachella. When you leave, like all the biggest main artists, like Sabrina Carpenter, Justin Bieber, or like the other years, it was like Lady Gaga and fucking Green Day and shit. Like they're performing late at night. Like they're the last people, like Post Malone. And they're performing at like 11 and they're done at like 12:31. When you walk out of, you like to even get into the fucking area, you're walking like a mile. Like you get dropped off, you have to walk a mile and now you're in the venue. And so when you leave, you have to walk a mile out and you're going around these dirt tracks that's kicking up dust, you're fucking sneezing. You get to the Uber lot and all of the Ubers are either already booked or there's guys standing out front and they'll go, I'll drive you. I'll drive you. I drive you. And you go, okay. Oh, my car right over here. How much? $600. Buddy, I make good money and I'm not paying your bitch ass $600 to drive me 3 fucking miles to my hotel, right? You could go fist yourself. And so you call an Uber and the line's like 9 miles long, right? The Uber line, all the Ubers that are there are already booked by other people that are like walking to them, right? Because you're never going to get that one. Like people like reserve these Ubers. They show up like fucking hours early and they always want to charge you more. So like if you order an Uber, the Uber's in line 2 miles down the road. So it's just like we literally just leave and we're walking down these closed roads. I get picked up at a church.
Let's go there to get your pictures. Once again, show the James Charles pictures. That's the pictures you're getting. The Shadow Man's lurking, waiting for a camera to be on him.
You gotta take a picture at the Ferris wheel. It's the Coachella Ferris wheel, man.
Oh, is that like a?
I'm pretty sure I have a picture where I'm standing out in front with it, but
were you shirtless?
Why are his? Oh my God, they were blurred. I was gonna say his nipples are huge.
I was shirtless. Yeah.
That was back when you were.
When I was good.
You had your pecs and your abs. You were definitely showboating. Were you peacocking a little bit to see if a girl would? Yeah. Well, why not? I'm at Coachella. You know what I mean? Sometimes the cucumber tastes better pickled. People felt like Coachella was all about celebrating music without alienating fans who didn't want to drop $150 to go to festivals like Woodstock at the time. And in fact, this made Coachella a counterculture event that gained a lot of respect in the early days. And over time, ticket sales went up. And it began...
And it literally became what it was made to be against.
Actually making a profit. And this allowed its organizers to book larger artists with much more variety, as well as massively expand the venue space. And by 2012, the event now extended to a span of 2 full weekends, and ticket prices started to rise farther than what the average person was willing to pay. And the lineup started to expand from alternative and indie rock to things like hip-hop, electronic...
And the ticket's like the least expensive part of it. Because you're paying for the ticket, which is like, you know, base, if you're doing general admission, yeah, like $700, maybe more, like $1,000, $2,000 if you're doing VIP, $1,500. You have to find a place to stay, and you're there for like 4 days, so the hotel's probably going to be like $3,000 if you're doing a hotel. Unless you're doing like a drive-in tent situation, if you live in Cali and you could bring your car there. Food, drink, shit like that, that's like already alone going to be another $2,000 if you're eating there. And it's just like, you're just constantly spending money. Ubers as well are just fucking expensive.
And pop music. And throughout Coachella's history, art was also a big focus on the event. Instead of simple art installations scattered throughout the venue, you could now see massive pieces designed by well-known artists.
I walked up this shit, air conditioned, best part of it. You literally walk for like 5 minutes to the top, and then you go, sick. Walk all the way back down.
Around this time, fashion was also starting to become a big aspect of the event too. No longer do people just wear casual clothing like band t-shirts. People today compare it to the Met Gala in the sense that the outfits seen during the event would literally shape fashion trends. This is all to say that Coachella had a whole culture surrounding it, one that slowly morphed into something way different than what it once was. This video is sponsored by our partners. While it's normal for events to grow and change over time, many who attended Coachella in earlier years started to hate how mainstream the festival was becoming, which is bound to happen, Nick.
Yeah, it's popularity.
Once it becomes popular, it's not cool anymore. I used to pay $50. It's also that was 15 years ago.
I paid, I think, $450 for my tickets.
Damn.
That's not including the parking.
So this is just
He's operated by people, or are they just giving this robot a fucking name?
Come at me like that. No, excuse you. Excuse you.
Are you under the Terminator 2 mentality?
Wait, what? Most delivery robots are highly autonomous, not remote controlled. There are there's humans on standby in case something goes wrong. That's the same thing with Waymos. Like, Waymos are AI self-driven, but there's like people in case something goes wrong. I hate how they just give them names, dude. Why are we giving a name to a fucking robot? It's the delivery robot, bro. Arvin's on duty.
Exactly. Just in case there's a conscious in there.
Hey, buddy. Hey, delivery robot. Hope you're having a good day. You will fall. After all this, Uber still plans to keep the robots in the city, claiming they were designed to be tampered with and send alerts when they break down.
There you go. They should have them explode if people mess with them.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they let out just straight fart spray. You get near it and start fucking with it, it just starts spraying you. You just reek of shit the next fucking 3 days.
Oh, you clinger.
5, 4,
what?
3, 2.
I mean, Akira.
Mark Rober type shit. Yeah, just fucking sprays you with mace. Straight bear spray to the eyes. Move out of the fucking way. I have somebody's Arby's steak nuggets to deliver. If you don't move in 3, 2, 1.
Like Sarah Connor. Ah! It's probably well known by now, but DoorDash as a company is extremely, extremely evil and has been caught treating its workers horribly on multiple occasions. What's fucked up is it's still an app on my phone. Is that food addiction? You tell me. Recently, the company had to pay out nearly $17 million to its drivers because from 2017 to 2019, it was caught using customer tips to subsidize drivers' base pay rather than adding tips to the overall payout. That is so fucking scummy. I'll do you one better, Nick.
Well, isn't it also proven that, like, there is somebody, I don't know if it was DoorDash or Uber Eats, but there was, like, a whistleblower that said that these apps, number one, or adding priority, like, if you pay $3 for a priority order, it does actually nothing. It's like a myth. It's just farming money out of you. And then on top of that, like, they have a system, like an AI, like, computation thing to give a desperate rating to its workers. And the higher your desperate rating, the lower the order, like, monetary amount they'll give you. If you're somebody that works for, like, Uber Eats and you are really scrounging for cash, you're going to have a high desperate rating, and therefore they're just going to give you the shittiest orders because you're just bound to take them. And so if you're, like, more of a casual Uber driver, they're going to incentivize you by giving you better orders that make you more money, like, per order. Like, a desperate Uber driver might make more money, but they're doing more orders that are shittier. I don't know if that's, like, definitively proven, but I remember that was, like, a big thing, like, a little bit ago.
Okay, order some Taco Bell?
Yeah. All right, well, they got me. It's gone. Definitely not downloading it as soon as I'm done.
Definitely not reinstalling that app in 15 minutes. Well, here's the weird thing is, are they owned by different companies? Like, is Uber Eats and DoorDash competitors? Because when you use both of them, they're identical in UI. Like, if you use, I've used both. They're identical. Isn't that not weird? Like, if you use them, like, it looks slightly different, but, like, the same scroll page, they just look the exact same. Like, if you're on the app, you have no idea which one you're using. They're definitely not identical. They're very similar.
In 2025, air traffic control workers up in the tower at Chicago O'Hare Airport noticed a small red car driving across runways and into restricted areas.
Wait, what? Delivery driver finds way onto secured areas at O'Hare Airport, drives miles before being spotted.
And into restricted areas. What the hell is that? Little Dr. Seuss car driving across. When they alerted
Were they doing it? Were they just, like, insane driving on the runway, or were they trying to, like, get a shortcut to deliver food faster?
Airport security, they stopped the car and discovered a 36-year-old man trying to fulfill a DoorDash delivery.
I'm undetermined.
Oh, sorry, I'm lost. I don't know how I got here. I was just following the Uber Eats GPS.
Back.
Did I take a wrong turn? Oh, God! Like, flying right above him. Whoa! How could you get in this area?
I think it's just an old guy who got
He's
lost.
36!
Yeah, he's not an old guy. I mean, you'd have to pass barriers, dude. I feel like he'd have to drive through a fucking fence. Like, you can't just mistakenly drive onto a runway. Like, he was right next to an airplane.
An old guy got lost. Yeah, if he was an 84-year-old man, I'd be like, well, yeah, he's what are you supposed to do? 36 and being like, well, I don't see why. How did you get there? How did you get past the gates? Did you think?
It's not even get past the gates. Like, airport runways are so big. Chicago O'Hare Airport is so massive that it's like for him to get to an airport gate, he had to have driven like 2 miles on this fucking runway. Like, he had to have been passing planes that were actively moving around him.
He just did, I have a DoorDash, and they're like, and they open the gate. I mean, what the fuck happened? Apparently, he just drove straight through the gate at the front of the tarmac and began driving for miles up and down the active runway. I mean, there's planes everywhere, dude.
Well, once they saw him, they probably grounded everything.
You know what? The thing earlier,
your flight gets delayed. Sorry, there's actually a man in a smart car that is driving around our runway. We will be taking off as soon as he gets the fuck off.
Men doing this are so stupid. Where am I supposed to go? What terminal are you at? What gate? It was determined that this was somehow completely unintentional. An investigation ended up with the man being let go without any charges.
How did he unintentionally drive into dude? Because it's like, right when you notice you're on a runway, wouldn't you just turn around? Like, okay, sure, he drives through the gate thinking that he's going into a gated neighborhood. But then the second he's on like a tarmac and he's seeing fucking planes land, I feel like he'd be like, oh no. Like, why would he continue driving up and down?
Regardless of how insane some drivers act, it's hard not to feel bad for them, considering that working for DoorDash is extremely draining. Unfortunately, however, some drivers take out their frustration on the customers. After trying to surprise their partner with some Asian food, one woman was shocked to see that her driver had sent her a picture of him next to a dumpster and peeing on their meal completely unprompted. Completely unprompted! How do we... See, this is what I'm saying, though. How do we know it's completely unprompted?
We're only getting one half of the story.
I think so. Don't get me wrong. I think these things do happen. Some just people freak out. But I think when people make these stories, you're leaving out a little bit of information, aren't you? What did you do? Hey, man, how you doing today? I think it's some stuff that's just being like, hey, just let you know I'm in line, whatever. I'm in line, because you get a message like that from DoorDash sometimes. I'm in line, picking up your order, exclamation point. I bet some person would be like, make it quick. Just a little, just so.
Yeah, piss him off. Where are you? Where are you? Why are you driving so slow? Okay, buddy, fuck you. I just wouldn't deliver it, though. I wouldn't pee on the order. No, you know what you would actually need to do? You don't pee on the order. You still deliver it. You just shake the bag up. You go, oh, there's liquid. Fucking put it down. Still good food, but it's like, oh, now it's all over the place.
I'm sure piss all over it. Appalled
fries all over the bag.
By this, the woman asked what was going on.
You bitch, I piss on you.
And all he said was, and I quote, you bitch, I piss on you, before ending the conversation.
I don't know. Where is I have? DoorDasher's name is Negman. Where is I have? Front porch.
All he said was, and I quote, you bitch, I piss on you, before ending the conversation. The woman called the police and allegedly got his car impounded. However, when she posted the DMs to r/DoorDash expecting sympathy, many of the customers found the situation funny, which enraged her even more. It is funny. If I also...
Oh, it is funny. No, it actually is funny. I would also like try and get him fired, but in the moment I'd be like, that's kind of hilarious. I'd be annoyed. I'd be annoyed for like 5 minutes because I'd be like, fucking hell, man. Now I need to order more food. And then you get him fired, and then you fucking,
fucking get
order again.
Over it. It's one meal.
You guys see this is funny?
Yeah, see that she definitely fucking did something.
I think she did.
Yeah, and why are you posting it on Reddit assuming that people are going to be sympathetic towards you? That's our first problem. Some guy peed on my DoorDash order. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so upsetting. Oh, I would be so upset if I were you. Oh my God. My heart goes out to you.
Another driver was arrested after she got caught pepper spraying a customer's order. Courtney Stevenson had just finished delivering an Arby's order.
Bro, I heard about this one. Was this one recent? I feel like I saw this on TikTok. Yeah, 2025.
He got caught pepper spraying a customer's order. Courtney Stevenson had just finished delivering an Arby's order to a home in Evansville, Indiana, when she pulled out a small bottle of mace from her keychain and sprayed it inside around the bag. When the customers brought it inside and began eating, the wife began to choke and vomit, claiming her throat was burning. It's horrible, but it's also just... It would, I mean, like, the fumes.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like unless you ordered something that was like really spicy, wouldn't you be like, wait, this is like foul?
Alone would be so insane that once again it's a Midwest couple being like, oh goddamn, chicken of China, the Chinese chicken, this shit is popping. Opens it up.
Yeah, you'd have to smell it.
It's not that bad, Carol.
Arby's just smells like pepper spray base. Bro, I've never eaten Arby's. At least that I remember. I think I've eaten Arby's maybe once.
I told you should have went with General Chow's. Courtney was charged with 2 counts of battery resulting in moderate injury, 2 counts of consumer
It's like fucking biochemical warfare, dude. You're spraying food with fucking pepper spray?
product tampering, and was banned from DoorDash. The horse.
Do we get a reasoning? I hate when it's just like, we say this, we move on. I want to be like, why did you do that? Like, what made you go, I'm going to spray this order with pepper spray? Also, horrible fit. Horrible fit. We got blue jeans, a long black leather jacket, and just a tucked in white shirt. Ugh.
A driver named Olivia was caught up in a massive scandal after receiving a delivery. The instructions stated to leave it on the front steps of the home, which I will say, the delivery note option.
This was the one that like blew up, where it was like there was like a naked man on a couch and she took a picture of him and she was saying that he was like waiting for her with the door open, but he said that she opened the door. I don't even know what actually the full result was of this case. I feel like she got like fined or something.
The delivery note option might as well not even be there because I've never seen them actually do it. It's almost always disregarded. I digress. When Olivia arrived, she noticed the door just slightly creaked open. After a brief inspection, she could see a naked homeowner asleep on the couch. Instead of
filming him's wild.
Walking away and reporting the customer on the app, she decided it would be a good idea to walk further into his home and record him. Everyone's probably seen this.
Her walking further into his home is a claim made later by the man in court. There's no publicly available evidence.
Story by now, but it still appalls me. I can't believe it. She then went home and uploaded the footage to TikTok, claiming she had been sexually assaulted.
Wait, hold up. This is a lot. Contrary to popular belief, the video you just watched is the only publicly available evidence. No original upload or ring cam video exists on the internet in which she opens the door that was slightly ajar, or we were not able to find it. The screenshots from the deleted video is just a chop of the original footage. In the only video that is on the internet, she does not touch the door, she does not enter the house, and she's very clearly follows the instructions from the note on the app, which, if followed, would force anyone to see the man on the couch. Yeah, I think that's where we're in this weird gray area where it's like, okay, well, why is this dude butt naked on the couch, and why is his door unlocked? And was it open? The only other existing footage is the additional footage mentioned in the police report is not public and therefore does not specify what the footage is. Oh my God, so it's not on social media, but the police have it? There's no publicly available video of her opening
If you
the
see
door.
a naked person sleeping...
Hold up. Although there are some really bad AI okay.
If you see a naked person sleeping, is that assault?
He's in his own home. I think where you get into the debate is why... Yeah, you're allowed to be naked in your own home. That's not illegal. I'm saying if he ordered food and was naked in front of the door and left the door wide open, that's a problem. The debate comes from the idea of whether or not the door was open to begin with, right?
That's the gray area. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know how cracked it was, blah, blah, blah. I digress. To me, it sounds like a drunk man ordered food and passed out on his couch, whatever. If it was fully open and it was a screen door and the person is naked there.
Yeah, and it's also different if he was, like, awake and, like, doing something versus him just being, like, passed out, drunk, asleep, naked. The door was probably cracked. She should have just left it and then opened it, saw him naked, and then filmed it. I don't really know, though. Like, I don't want to assume.
Actually, that would be like, what the fuck are you doing? The internet did not side with her and called her insane for walking into someone's home, even if the door was slightly open. Things would only escalate when she continued to post online, screaming at the top of her lungs and doubling down that she was sexually assaulted and how DoorDash was in the wrong for banning her. When local police got hold of her footage, they determined that the man was clearly drunk and asleep on his couch. This clearly indicated that there was no assault or wrongdoing since he was in his...
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Like if he was like left the door cracked and he was like fucking like jorking it or some shit on the couch, like that'd be like way fucking worse. But like I think the way that the lawyers are mocking it up against her was drunk man ordered DoorDash, fell asleep naked on the couch, door was probably cracked. She should have just dropped the bag off, left, saw the door was cracked, opened the door, saw him naked, opened it more, filmed him. I don't know, though. Like, that's... I have no idea how this turned out.
But however, in January of 2026, she was charged with 2 felonies, 1 charge of unlawful surveillance, and another...
Oh, she got fucking charged?
No assault or wrongdoing since he was in his own home. For months, Olivia would defend her actions, but however, in January of 2026, she was charged with 2 felonies, 1 charge of unlawful surveillance, and another of dissemination of unlawful surveillance images, each carrying a maximum sentence of 4 years in prison. The saying a few bad apple ruins the whole bunch definitely applies to delivery drivers, as we've all had annoying experiences dealing with them. For some people, messing with their food is enough to put an entire app on their shit list, which justifiably so. Most of them do their jobs correctly, but there are plenty of drivers that seem absolutely incapable of doing.
But like if it was like crap, why would she do that? That's what I don't understand. Like, I don't know, man. We're never gonna know though. If it's like the lawyers have this video that isn't released to the public of like her opening the door, then that's like the biggest thing. Is like if the door wasn't open and she opened the door, then it's fully on her. It's literally one or the other.
So the next time you order food online and it gets delivered correctly, be respectful. After all, you never know how insane their shift has been, right guys? And also too, I will say, I mean, have respect for the DoorDash driver and stuff. It's a meal. It's a meal. Granted, you paid money for it or whatever. If they didn't deliver in the right spot and you had to walk a few extra feet to get to whatever, or you had to do X, it's not the end of the fucking world. You know, did somebody fuck up your order and you had to, you know, you had to like live with another thing? These things don't make it justifiably okay just to be like, well, I guess I'm just gonna get walked over. But at the same time, just like let it fucking go, man. Or just don't order through the app anymore. You choose a different one.
Yeah, I think it's like from a customer perspective, if you're having like repeated bad experiences, like just stop ordering food. You know what I mean? That was a good video though. I did enjoy that. We gotta do push-ups, I
Precision tools and modern parts will require a significant portion of Fred's sanity. You need to get...
He would need to advance the Egyptian civilization to acquire these materials.
Gather the supplies to magnetize the electrons clockwise through wire of the right size. Betty Davis eyes. He'll reuse the water wheel generator from the neon light with a few modifications. For the magnet at the generator, he'll need to find magnetite, which is a common mineral. Yay! But very rarely...
Also the name of a Pokemon. Or close to the name of a Pokemon.
Can you find it in the wild pre-magnetized? Which is called lodestone for some reason. To get the best magnet possible, he'll probably have to create his own. By pulling a Benjamin Franklin and tying copper wire to some magnetite, then making Zeus angry, which should magnetize it into lodestone. Once he has that, an electric generator is simple enough in concept to build.
Yo, I can't get over the fact that people are that fucking smart. Ben Franklin wrapped a copper wire around like a piece of metal and then got it struck by lightning so it would be a magnet. Like, how do people find that out? I can't get over the guy that was born like fucking 6,000 years ago that mapped the circumference of the earth using a fucking stick. And he would walk around and put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of the sun and then mapped how big the earth was when most people thought the earth was flat. Eratosthenes, it was 240 BC, still 2,000 years ago. 240 BC used sticks and poles and shadows to measure and calculate the Earth's circumference with fairly positive accuracy, observing that a vertical stick cast no shadow at noon, and then that's how he started.
He has that,
and people still think the Earth is flat now with fucking iPhones. You have an iPhone and you can get into a plane, and a dude 2,000 years ago with a stick in the fucking sun is able to figure that shit out.
Generator is simple enough in concept to build. A vacuum uses way less volts than a neon light, but a lot more amps. But a 6-foot diameter water wheel with thick copper wire should be able to deliver this. It'll be a bulky, heavy vacuum, but to someone who builds pyramids for a living, It's portable, and it won't win any suction awards, but it'll be enough to get those imported Persian rugs a little cleaner. So which was more difficult? Well, the Neon Flamingo fried Fred's brain while the vacuum cleaner crushed his soul. The main factors being the carousel of Leyden jars and trapped vapor needed for the neon light. The vacuum only took his sanity down to 67 in a mere 5 months. So now you know which to choose next time someone's holding a time machine.
The vacuum. And you could cheat the vacuum too by just getting like the bellow that makes a fire grow larger and just suck something in with a tube. And it counts.
Machine to your head.
Neon light or vacuum, punk.
Because you could just have somebody, you could have 2 guys just manpower that, and then you just bring it around and suck things up. All right, we're hopping into philosophy now. Actually, being shiny like a spoon, and I see myself, how the fuck does a mirror, how do you make a mirror? There's a layer of glue. Is it metal and glass? What is a mirror made of? A sheet of smooth, flat glass coated on the back with a very thin layer of reflective metal. So it is metal. Behind the glass. Wow. When did they have mirrors? I feel like if you bring a mirror to a motherfucker in ancient Egypt, that'd be pretty badass, no? When did they... No, you know what would make somebody think you're from the future? A fucking Polaroid. If you brought a Polaroid camera to ancient Egypt, they would be like befuddled. Get rid of the phone. Take a picture and print out a physical copy and be like, hey, you don't even need a painter anymore. Fuck Leonardo DiCaprio. Not DiCaprio. Fuck Leonardo da Vinci. Did he make paintings or was he a sculptor? Fuck the painters. You don't need those motherfuckers. Just take a picture of something. When did they invent the mirror? 6000 BCE. Before they invented a mirror, before they invented the wheel? That can't be true. Polished obsidian mirrors. That don't really count. I'm thinking glass mirror.
Clear by today's standards, but good enough for a 3,000-year-old handmade neon flamingo. Isolating quartz from the rest of the sand grains, just like everything else back then, has to be done manually. However, you can find bigger chunks of quartz around, plus, the shores of the Red Sea right next to them was blessed with more than its fair share of quartz per other sand particles. So, since we're not recreating the Louvre, it won't be too difficult to gather up the amount of quartz needed. The melting point will still be extremely high though, so we'll have to create some bigger bellows than they were used to back then, but not a huge deal. How do you get glass in the form of a hollow?
Yo, I remember when I was a kid, I didn't realize how hard it was to melt metal, and I used to throw like tin cans and shit into a fire, and I was always so fascinated that it wouldn't melt. Like, you need a hot ass surface to fucking melt metal. Any metal.
Oh, tube though.
Even like a little tin cap. You're a dumbass? Bro, I was like 9.
Well, that's where the Egyptians already have us covered. They used
1,000-degree knife. I used to do that all the time. Put a fire poker in a fucking campfire. Let it get red hot, and then you burn something. Put it in a fucking, like a bucket of water. That was early brain rot. I keep pausing. People hate it. I've seen, chat, I know, I pause too much. Anyways, I loved the red hot metal videos. I'll say it. I know it was brain rot. I know it was a bad era in 2016, and it was the start of brain rot content as a whole, arguably. But I loved the videos where it was like cutting into butter with a red hot knife. And it would just literally be just random like flamethrowers that they would just make it really hot, and they would cut into like an Xbox controller. It's awesome.
Neat to make stuff
satisfying. You never know what's going to happen. Cutting into a Diet Coke bottle with a red hot knife. Is it going to explode?
Like perfume bottles, where they basically formed dirt and clay into whatever shape they wanted, dipped it in molten glass, and once it solidified, they scraped the dirt and clay out. Fred will make the tube in sections like that, then try to melt each section together with some added beeswax and resin to seal it nicely. It won't be pretty, but it'll have that artisanal, I made this while dodging scorpions charm. The color of the neon light will depend on the gas used. Argon, for example, is purple. Helium.
How do they get... Yo, actually, I still don't understand how they get helium. How... They always say our atmosphere is like losing helium. I imagined that they deadass had people like with vacuums in the sky just like fucking sucking helium out of the air. How do they get helium? What do you mean you don't know? How do they get helium? How do they get helium? How do they get concentrated pockets of helium? They mine it? It's not a metal. What do you mean? Do they have filters for it? How do they get helium? Natural gas deposits underground. Bro, I thought they got that shit out of the air. In the ground, they just find like helium in caves and then suck it out.
Is pinkish red and neon is orangish yellow. Fred can't go with his favorite orangish yellow color though.
They mine it. They don't mine it. They mine into it.
He's got to be
You don't mine oil. You mine for oil.
Pragmatic about this. He wants the gas.
You drill for oil. I think you're thinking of xenon. Brother, I don't know what I'm thinking of.
That's easiest to get and isn't electrically expensive. So he'll go with mercury vapor, which is a cool blue color. It's toxic, but Fred's from the future, so he's not going to pull an Isaac Newton. To get the mercury vapor, Fred will heat up some cinnabar with iron in a sealed container to trap the gas. Gas is inherently sluggish. It takes a lot to get it excited.
Hey, you want to go for a walk? Nah, I'm good. You want to go to Raging Waters? Nah. You want to go on a free 14-day all-inclusive vacation to the Maldives? I'm just gonna take a nap. You know this is why we can't have nice things.
Oh, come on, babe. Creating the voltage needed to get mercury vapor excited and ready to party will be tricky. Just FYI, if electricity is this garden hose, amps is the amount of water going through the hose, and voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure.
Yo, I feel like I'm watching like a Khan Academy video right now. You're losing me. You're losing me. Stop giving me like an easy analogy to understand. Amps is the water out of the hose and voltage is the pressure. I don't know what a fucking amp or a volt is. I just know the higher the number, the stronger it is.
And voltage is the pressure of that water. So we need a lot of electric pressure. For mercury, that's about 1,000 volts. Theoretically...
How the fuck are you generating 1,000 volts in Egypt in the year 4000 BC?
There's a few ways to do this with Egyptian tech, 0 of which are particularly easy. Creating a
Yeah, I'm waiting for a storm with a metal pole. Holding that shit up to the sky. Metal pole, copper tubing to the sky, waiting for lightning to hit that shit.
Generator out of a water wheel, coil of wire, and weak natural magnet wouldn't get us the voltage mercury vapor requires. One workaround is...
Yo, magnets! Stop! Now we're getting into even more shit I don't understand. What the fuck is a magnet? There's just metal that they find that is like attracted to other metal? Like, dude, and when you were a kid, anybody find two ends of a magnet that are the same and you try and force them together? I would spend hours doing that with like random fridge magnets, and they would go. Anytime you got real close, you couldn't get them to touch. If they're really strong.
It could create some voltaic pile batteries.
Jesse Pinkman over here. Bro, you saying I'm a dumbass? How you just know how I know how magnets work. Like, I know it's like the fucking ions. I don't know how magnets work. I don't. It's like the ions are like opposite. There's like electrons that are it's a plus minus. I've seen a AA fucking battery before, okay? It's the polarity or whatever. They're attracted to each other. They're not. I don't know. That's how it works. There's two opposites. It's two opposites, right? On whatever it is. At least you're not bald. Stop. Yeah, it's the polarity on the magnets. They either go towards each other or away. Where do they find magnets? In rocks, but most magnets are man-made. Joe, you know what a good present is? Just a really big fucking magnet. That's sick. I want one of those magnets that they have in a show. You know what I'm talking about? When it's like the U. It's like the perk. that you get in video games, like Subway Surfers.
Problem is, sum in this case equals 1000, which would take Fred's sanity all the way down to 0. Not good. Fred could also build a transformer, but this would require an immense amount of wire, as he'd need many tens of thousands of turns of wire in a coil to get the necessary voltage. That ain't happening either. Fred will go with option 3, which is to build an electrostatic generator with a series of Leyden jars. Invented in
How does Fred know this shit? Is Fred Albert Einstein? Are we sending Fred back to the fucking future? Back in the past? He just knows how to make a Leyden jar. Fred's just the jack of all trades. He just knows everything. Your ChatGPT going back in time.
1945, they consist basically of just a glass jar with metal on the inside and outside of it. They were the earliest and most simple batteries. And the good news is...
Yo, you know what fucks with me too? Sorry, it's gonna be very bright. This light is on 6 hours a day, fucking, I don't know, 3 years? It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. It's never gone out. How's that not right? What's in that? What the fuck? I look at that all the time. I'm like, that light bulb, it's just been going. It's LED. It's not LED. That one's not LED. The other ones I have are LEDs. My Elgato key light's an LED. That's not a fucking LED. You want to see it? Okay, you're not going to be able to see it. It's really bright. Hold up. Let me turn it off. Beep. Look. Fuck! Motherfucker! Can you see it? Oh my god. I can't touch it. It's hot. That's how I know it's not an LED. Fuck you. It's hot. LEDs don't get hot like that.
They can store a lot of voltage. The downside is it's released all at once. Because they're more like grenades instead of batteries, Fred needs multiple jars, which he'll put in a carousel with a gear-driven switch connecting one jar at a time to the neon tube. As the wheel turns, it'll discharge jars in sequence, creating a quick strobing effect that'll appear continuous to the eye, hopefully. Probably the most time-consuming part of all of this will be making all the wire, even though they had... Oh, wait, hold up. This'll just take a couple seconds, fellas. We gotta wait for people to like and subscribe. Like jewelry, creating it in bulk and...
Motherfucker. You're gonna make me feel bad.
Insulating it will be pretty difficult and time-consuming. But Fred's got Egyptian helpers, and as we know, the Egyptians never back down from a mega project.
Yeah, do you think there was ever a point when they were building the ancient Egyptian pyramids that they were like, man, I don't know if this is possible? They had to, though, because it was like, I mean, they were religiously motivated, you know? It was like, that was like a life or death thing. There had to be a moment where they got the base of the pyramid for Khufu done, and they went, fuck no. Bro, it's standing today. Like fucking thousands of years later, that shit, bro, they probably got that base done and they went, oh, hell no. Or like when they're banging out those heavy blocks and they crack one and they got to restart, it's like 3 days worth of work down the drain.
Now, Fred is a genius who tinkers with stuff like this in his spare time.
They were dialed in? Yeah, they were. How fast did they build that shit? How fast did they build the pyramid? The Khufu pyramid. 20 years. Damn, that was probably every day, though.
All the time. So he built this light as fast as any mortal could. It took him 6 months, and his sanity went from a respectable 88 down to 59. After a little Mediterranean vacay, he's ready to start on the vacuum. For the vacuum, Fred could go the easy route and create a man-powered bellows suction-y gizmo. But we're not letting Fred off the hook that easy. We demand...
Oh my god, dude, that would have just been the cheat code right there.
Something more resembling a modern vacuum. He can make the house of the vacuum out of wood and beeswax, and he can use linen for the filter, and the easy parts are over. To create the suction, he needs a small fan made of bronze blades attached to an electric motor. Electric motors are mostly just wire, magnets, and some gears, but creating it in ancient times without precision tools and modern parts will require a significant portion of Fred's sanity. You need to get...
He would need to advance the Egyptian civilization to acquire these materials.
Gather the supplies to magnetize the electrons clockwise through wire of the right size. Betty Davis eyes. He'll reuse the water wheel generator from the neon light with a few modifications. For the magnet at the generator, he'll need to find magnetite, which is a common mineral. Yay! But very rarely
Also the name of a Pokemon. Or close to the name of a Pokemon.
can you find it in the wild pre-magnetized, which is called
Magnezone.
lodestone for some reason. To get the best magnet possible, he'll probably have to create his own by pulling a Benjamin Franklin and tying copper wire to some magnetite, then making Zeus angry, which should magnetize it into lodestone. Once he has that, an electric generator is simple enough in concept to build.
Yo, I can't get over the fact that people are that fucking smart. Ben Franklin wrapped a copper wire around like a piece of metal and then got it struck by lightning so it would be a magnet. Like, how do people find that out? I can't get over the guy that was born like fucking 6,000 years ago that mapped the circumference of the earth using a fucking stick. And he would walk around and put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of the sun and then mapped how big the earth was when most people thought the earth was flat. Eratosthenes, it was 240 BC, still 2,000 years ago. 240 BC used sticks and poles and shadows to measure and calculate the earth's circumference with
filling up at the wash station. So I was like, oh, that's the hack. The next time I did it, some guy's like, hey, you really do not want to do that. It's like recycled water. Oh. And then I looked at the water. There's like all these particles in it. Oh. And I looked at her like, we do not tell people.
Basically, Coachella is filled with Disney-sized lines for every little thing. If you think waiting this long is simply unfeasible, you wouldn't be the first. Some poor souls will return to their tents only to find
someone pooped in my tent. I have a campsite that's along the long way to go in and out of the festival. I came back tonight, somebody shit in my tent.
Someone got impatient.
That's so funny, though.
With the lines and shit in their living quarters. And this isn't uncommon. And some people believe it could be the work of a serial Coachella shitter. The online Coachella groups have all sorts of angry rants from the attendees who are fed up with the surprise logs. Like a woman.
Okay, it's fucked up, but also kind of funny to imagine somebody like taking a shit onto a paper towel and then just like throwing their logs in just random people's tents.
Who crashed out after finding
it was on the floor. There's just a fat turd.
Out that there was a full-size shit in the woman.
Who the fuck keeps defecating in the women's showers? I've heard the same security. One rule, ladies, don't poop in the showers. She said if she kept going to the company, you would not go back next year. Literally poop before you go shower, not during. I don't know. If the bathroom line's that long, I might try and shit in the shower and waffle stomp it down the drain.
Shower 2 days in a row.
Not a bad play.
Shower.
Do you think that that's a woman doing that, or do you think it's a man sneaking in?
I think it's a woman. I think it's a woman who's like, she's above pooping in a porta potty.
I don't.
Period shits.
I think it's that. I just.
Period shits. Hey, chat. I've heard how bad they could be. If you're at Coachella, it's hot as fuck. You're a woman on your period. The bathroom line is long as fuck. And you have to poop. I'm not even judging if you shit in the shower. Just push it down the drain, though.
I think bitches are gross. I lived on a co-ed dorm floor. Well, to be fair, it was a liberal arts school. Oh my God. The men on the floor literally had to have a floor meeting because they're like, what are you doing in these showers and bathrooms? Just all kinds of things. We're like, what the fuck, where is your fucking brain? Like, what is it going on? I'm not going to go into the details of it because it's disgusting. I thought it was gonna be the other way around because I'm like, man, the girls are going to complain that like the guys are smelly and all that. You would think, you know, I thought wrong.
I had to clean women's restrooms, and these are high school students, but God, they're fucking, don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
The grossest thing that you don't understand until, like, I never experienced this until having a girlfriend. Hair everywhere. Oh my God. Shower drain hair. Yo. Because my hair's so short, it goes down the drain. Women's hair, like women with long hair, even guys with long hair, but like women generally have longer hair than men. Oh my God. Disgusting. Like clumped hairballs that you're like pulling out of the drain.
There's report that there are things that have been found with piss all over them, leaving people to lock not only their tents, but their coolers when left unattended, which you should do anyways. Why? Like, it would drive me insane thinking that I went back and
One of Brooke's friends stayed at my place. Like, it was like they were all hanging out. They stayed at my place. And she made a joke. She was like, by the way, I shed. I was like, okay. I swear to God, for 3 weeks after that, her hair was everywhere in my apartment. Everywhere. 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 I was like, how many hairs do you shed in a day? Like, I was like, like long black hairs. I was like, who? Like, it's been weeks, and I'm still finding them.
I took a drink from a water bottle.
She told you, though? She told me I wasn't upset, right? Like, I'm not mad, but I was just like, I was surprised. I was like, wow, I didn't know people lose that many hairs in a day.
And thinking that someone had touched, like, drank from it as well. That'd fuck me up.
If
you
you
know what I
lived
mean?
in a high-trust society, you wouldn't have to.
Well, I don't. We don't. Not with the Shadow Man lurking around. When you have a good spot for headlining event, it truly is difficult for some to decide if it's better to find a bathroom or soil themselves. A woman and her friend, for example, witnessed a man fill his pants with piss while waiting to see Doja Cat. I can't stop it.
Wait, what?
A woman and her friend, for example, witnessed a man
while waiting for Doja, the guy next to us pissed himself instead of going to the porta
fill his pants with piss while waiting to see Doja Cat.
I think I'd try to pull a tactical ground piss. Dick to the side, underwear up, baggy pants, accurately pee, maybe 2 inches from the leg onto the floor. That's probably the method, right? You get a little on your legs.
Stop and look the other way. Just pissing yourself. After you've taken care of all your base needs, you can finally go up and enjoy the amazing lineup that day. But not everyone gets to return to their lovely, detailed, aesthetic campsite. This year, people who returned to campground exhausted after getting obliterated on various substances found their tents completely destroyed by aggressive desert winds. It got so bad that the National Weather Service issued a dust advisory urging people to stay inside at all costs to avoid the low air quality and dust from doing damage to their eyes, throat, and lungs. Keep in mind, this was going on during headliner event times and even led to big performances canceling their
Yo, and you're fucked up and you're watching like Sabrina Carpenter perform and you're just feeling the wind and in the back of your head you're going, I'm going to go back to a plot of land. There's going to be nothing. You're trying to enjoy yourself. Light me espresso. And you're like, fuck. You're just thinking about that the whole time.
And the harsh reality is that Coachella is simply not as glamorous as you'd think, especially if you've had no experience with festivals and how gross they can get. How can you blame people for being
You're sleeping on the dirt tonight. I'm going to be stealing somebody else's tent.
surprised by this realization when every aspect of social media is telling them that Coachella is the perfect Oasis getaway? Also, to me, it's similar to fucking Paris syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Japanese people go into Paris and they kill themselves because they're like, this is disgusting. France is disgusting. Who would have thought French people are gross? One of the most widely discussed topics in regards to Coachella is the hordes of influencers that are funneled into the venue every year. At one point, began referring to it as the Influencer Olympics, where big brands would invite notable social media creators to create promotional and sponsored content. Across the internet, you'll find thousands of sponsored videos where people have been flown out for free and have all expenses paid in order to shill whatever brand is looking for a marketing opportunity. For those that can't find a way to get in for free, they've even started filming PowerPoints where they basically tell brands why they're a notable person and they should cover the entire weekend for them, of course, just for marketing purposes. And while many influencers likely do want to attend these events for the artist, there are also cases of influencers traveling to Coachella Valley only to take photos for social media without actually attending the festival itself. The goal is simply to convince people that you experienced it, right? I don't really give a fuck if I actually do. I just need people to basically be like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. Oh, I wish I was living your life. Please, James.
Bro, or it's like the same shit. It'll be like, motherfuckers go to Coachella, they go to the Empire Club and parties that are outside of Coachella, but only show up for maybe like 2 performances a day. So they're buying Coachella tickets, and Coachella's open to like 11 a.m., like 1 p.m. to like midnight, 1 a.m. Like 12 hours every day. They only show up for 2, and then they go to the parties after. Like Joe? No, I mean, at TwitchCon, I would go, like, TwitchCon, I only go to the convention for 2 hours, but I also think TwitchCon is, like, a shill for companies, and, like, if you're at TwitchCon, I think you absorb the TwitchCon experience in, like, 2 hours. At Coachella, though, I would go every day. I'd go every day, like, maybe I wouldn't show up at, like, 1, but I'd show up at, like, 2.
people began pushing the sentiment that Coachella is no longer a music festival for the masses, as it's becoming increasingly difficult to justify spending this much money. The larger reliance on influencers rather than genuine music lovers also puts a bad taste in people's mouths, right? Every year, this topic is relitigated. Those who have been going for years note that the event has always been half about the music and half about the scene. To them, these are just tired takes from older people who want to pretend everything was better in the past. And at the end of the day, you're in a venue with over 100,000 people, you're likely not going to be seeing the most influencers that attend anyways. Feels like a weird elitism in a way, like they're the real fans, but there's tons of obnoxious shit that past years didn't have. I think it's trickle-down cringe is what they feel, because they're like, these celebrities or these influencers going and they're posting about it, and now I'm going and I feel like the cringe I feel from seeing these posts, I'm a part of it. I think it's trickle-down cringe.
It's also rose-tinted goggles.
Of course. Many do note that due to the wider appeal of Coachella, the crowds in many cases were lacking the same bombastic energy from years prior. Artists like Damian Albarn, lead singer for Blur and the Gorillaz, chastised the audience in 2024 for the same reason. He was upset that nobody was singing along or getting excited for any part of their 13-song set.
I think what you do need to understand, though, and it's not like, I'm more so saying this from the perspective of somebody that hasn't gone to many concerts. Like, I've gone to if you pull up to like a Gorillaz concert, you're going to be hype. You're going to be singing the songs, you're going to be dancing, you're going to be jumping around doing all the shit. Because, like, this is the first person you see. This guy's performing at 10 p.m. Everybody in the crowd's been here since 1, walking in the desert heat for 9 hours. Dehydrated, legs jello. Yeah, some of them are hyping on drugs, but, like, everybody else is kind of, like, sweating out all the alcohol they fucking drank. It's just, like, they're kind of just there to experience it, and it's, like, they're trying not to crash. Somewhat. I think some people are just lame, though. Okay, well, this just sounds like shit, no? I think that might be why they're not hype.
I don't know, dude, you're in the fucking Gorillaz. Get over it. Near the end of the set, he got frustrated and said,
"You'll never see us again, so you might as well fucking sing me."
It's pretty sad. Everyone's just sitting there. If it was Gorillaz playing, I think a lot of people would be, bopping their heads. But it's fucking Blur.
Yeah, it's like a 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking UK pop boom kind of thing, yeah. With an event as big as Coachella and a venue as chaotic as it is, there are bound to be some wild and historic Coachella disasters. It's just gotta happen. During last year's Coachella, Green Day performed their set, accompanied by pyrotechnics that went haywire as they were wrapping up their headlining performance.
I watched that shit and it looked fine to me.
A firework went off course and slammed into a
I did see that.
Nearby
Wait, was that weekend? No, that had to be weekend 2 because I did not see that weekend 1.
Palm tree.
I remember there was ones that went haywire, but I never saw one hit the ground and fucking explode.
Concert goers, one man went briefly blind in an ear and became convinced that there was an active terrorist attack happening. The one thing that'd be horrible is inciting basically a riot with that many people. People get trampled.
I would try and sue the fuck out of Coachella if I was that guy.
Easily happen.
Guys! I can't see.
Woodstock 99, you gotta fucking watch out, man. Which, luckily the fire was contained and Green Day went back to, doing what Green Day does. And one of the most notorious incidents to ever take place at Coachella was cemented in a viral video from 2009. In it, a 23-year-old man named Jonathan Frederick Felch was filmed being hassled by police officers after drunkenly ripping off all of his clothes, which seemed to resemble wizard robes. Police claimed he was acting erratic, and the man repeatedly denied the request to put his clothes back on. The surrounding crowd cheered on the naked man, with some passing
weird as fuck. Why is this guy photographing him?
Attendees handing him water. An officer hands him his clothes, urging him to put them back on, and he took them and threw them away. Eventually, the naked man is wrestled to the ground, where he is able to slip away and make a run for it. And at that point, he is tasered and drops back down. After a light struggle, a second tasing, he was arrested.
Probably got dick rash.
And taken away among a sea of boos from the audience. Must have had a pretty penis. If the penis wasn't good, they wouldn't be cheering. With any big event, there are unfortunately lots of opportunities.
Yeah, just he has like a really fucking sweaty, grossly enlarged bush.
Opportunities for things to go horrifically wrong.
You just smell the stench wafting towards you.
Not only is this expected with densely packed crowds, but the venue is filled with structures and potential for falling to.
Ugh.
Brie. At Coachella in 2019, a 24-year-old woman named Caroline was dancing at the rear of the Sahara tent during a live performance. And according to her friend, a falling metal balloon prop had fallen from far up above and slammed into her head. Oh my God. She collapsed to the floor, and other attendees at the event noted that they had seen a pool of blood forming under her. Caroline suffered a fractured skull and bleeding on the brain. She survived the incident, but only after having to undergo brain surgery.
Oh my God, she had
My
to get
God,
fucking
man.
brain surgery?
At that very same event, prior to the start of the event, a production worker ended up passing away from a tragic accident while rigging the main stage. While climbing up the scaffolding without a safety harness, he suddenly slipped and plummeted 60 feet to his death. And sadly, severe injuries are becoming...
And then they just fucking continue the concert. That's what's like so weird. You just have, like, everybody else just goes like, oh, yep, and we're going to continue as normal.
Becoming far too common at Coachella. Even this year, a heavy light fixture fell down into the audience and slammed into a woman's head and left a giant gash on her head. Many believe that this was due to the harsh winds occurring all weekend, and the woman was quickly helped by nearby concertgoers and given medical attention.
Are they getting paid?
And this isn't the only dark side to Coachella. In fact, many who look into the history of Coachella Valley will find something that makes the festival feel much more revolting. Coachella has always taken place in Indio, California at the Empire Polo Club. While the event itself brings in well over $100 million in gross revenue a year, many Coachella Valley residents live below the poverty line. 23% of households earn less than...
Yeah, I never understand how people live there. Genuinely. Like, I don't understand how you afford to be, you know, like just a regular working class American in fucking Indio, California.
$20,000 per year, and food insecurity has seen a rise over the years as well. The following weeks after Coachella ends, a sea of trash and discarded appliances cover the venue. Local farmers, charities, and community members then get to work restoring the land to what it once was. Most of them belong to the Purepecha, an indigenous group in Mexico, who sometimes make as little as $11 an hour. And often this is the work that gets done after an already grueling 8-hour day of physical labor. Workers describe the area as a garbage dump and how filthy is left by attendees. But it's work that required for some of them to make ends meet. And this isn't to say that every person who attends this event should feel at fault for this. And in fact, many probably aren't even aware of what goes on outside of the festival, but there's something strange and dystopian about such an extravagant and over-the-top event taking place right across from people struggling to make ends meet and become exploited for their labor. It's like I said, it's that dystopian, almost sci-fi-esque kind of like the fucking beginning of like Alien Romulus or like literally District 9. It's just, it's crazy.
They have to clean it up pretty quickly because right after Coachella is the biggest country event, Stagecoach.
Yeah, they just hold like event after event on this.
Same spot.
Back to back.
Yay. Despite all the problems with Coachella, there are people out there that treat it like it's an essential part of their identity. Although it's probably changed a whole lot since its heyday, there's likely still some fun to be had, right? So, if you can afford it, maybe give it a try. Just be prepared for a little chaos, overpriced food, and hey, clean up after yourself, you fucking slob. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You know, I fucking hate festivals. It drives me insane. People just take their cups, they throw on the ground, all kinds of shit. Don't be a fucking, just throw shit away. And even if it's like, well, look at all the other stuff, just be a better part of it. That's all I gotta say.
And do lots of drugs.
Yeah, going like, oh, everybody else is doing it. Well, it's like that's part of the problem, you know? Like, if you aren't one of those people, then less people fucking litter and the event's better, and then, you know, it's just a better experience for everybody. That was a fucking good video, though. WVid. All right.
Even though the losers
you could ask for unlimited bacon.
Get killed, everyone still signs up. So if things are so bad that this is their only way out, then they never really had a choice.
Somebody said unlimited women. That's funny that you say that, because this guy says that he wants 10 hot naked women, and all of the other guys go, you could just pay for that. And he's like, well, but then I know they wouldn't want to be with me. And they all go, well, if you wish for 10 hot naked women, somebody's paying the 10 hot naked women to come sleep with you. So, like, either way, they're getting paid to sleep with you. It's like, so they just start shitting on each other's wishes.
Voluntary, but even though the losers get killed, everyone still signs up. So if things are so bad that this is their only way out, then they never really had a choice in the first place. The others all agree that that is some real talk, which makes Ray here sound like some kind of Greek philosopher. But Pete still wants to get the cash so he can help his friends out back home. That's when this nerdy dude Harkness comes up from the back of the group and says he's decided to write a book about the whole experience. Typical nerds, always trying to make things into a homework assignment. But so far they haven't had any casualties until all of a sudden Malcolm in the middle here starts getting a cramp. And just like that, these boys are about to see their first body. Ray grabs the dude and tries to keep him up, but after a few seconds, Curly starts to crack, and there's nothing they can do to...
I think it was like, they all tried helping him too, which was nice, but in the back of my head, dude, the whole time I'm sitting there thinking, if you are cramping out at mile 5, it's over. Even if you get past that cramp, if you have any problems in the first 50 miles, it's over.
Make him keep going. Terrified, he falls to the ground, begging for mercy, but the soldiers just walk up and one-tap him as soon as time runs out. And that makes
And what's fucking nuts is they don't do some Five Nights at Freddy's shit where, like, they shoot him and it's off camera. They show it. They show every single death. Like a guy, like head fucking exploding out of, oh my God. And it's just right fucking close up, the only thing in frame.
Walker down?
Dude, the most disgusting part, I don't know if he's going to mention it. It's like when you have to, like, 20 hours in, they're all like, dude, we got to take a shit. What do we do? Because pissing, they just turn around. Pete does it early on. He goes, I got to take a piss. So he starts walking backwards, pulls his pants down, and just starts peeing. And everybody has to disperse because they don't want to get pissed on. So, but taking a shit, it's hard because, like, you can't walk and poop. And then one guy gets, like, the shits. And that's bad.
With 49 more to go. All right, now that's some real traumatizing right there. And I'm not gonna lie, now that things are getting real, I'd be starting to regret my decisions about starting this in the first place.
Just poop in a bag. Zod, you got a bag. You're gonna be going... 3 miles an hour? 3 miles an hour, you're gonna be able to... 3 miles an hour, you're gonna be able to walk fast enough and fucking take a shit in a bag. No way. No way.
But Ray's over here talking about all this we didn't have a choice stuff. Like, buddy, you had to sign up for this voluntarily. That's literally the definition of a choice. But I get what he's saying, you know, on paper or whatever. Ray didn't choose the thug life chose him. But maybe he should have spent less time reading books and more time
I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was effectively saying that, like, the situation's so bad that you have the choice of signing up, but you would be an idiot not to.
And his money up. Because then he'd be home watching Curly get smoked from the comfort of his living room. Now, just because there's some hypothetical universe where I was dumb enough to sign up for this doesn't mean I'm dumb enough to stick around. And after 7 miles, I'm already gonna be tired as and reality is going to start setting in that I might not be built for this after all. And even with Curly down, I've still only got like a 2% chance of winning, so personally I'd rather take my chances and try to escape. But I'd just get blasted if I try to run, so I need to convince everyone to join me first. Basically, I'd just point out that they all have only a 2% chance of surviving as well, and then secretly make a plan to rush the soldiers.
This is the worst strategy I've ever heard. Hey, we all only have a 2% chance of surviving. Let's all just rush them, and we'll win. They can't kill all of us because then there's no winner. Oh, okay. One guy could just be like, yeah, no, I'm definitely down. Just don't run. Everybody else gets shot. You instant win. What?
The next time we have a good opportunity. I'm thinking we wait until it's nighttime and they're out in the middle of nowhere, and then we all work together to take down the guards. There's only about, what, 6 or 7 of these guys? And there's still 49 of us. And I'll be honest, our chances of winning the fight are pretty small, but...
Yeah, but they're not gonna want to do that because the reason they're partaking in this isn't because they're trying to change the system. They just want money. And if they kill all the guards, they're just gonna end up getting rushed by the militias that come for reinforcements.
They've got to be better than 2%, right? Now, if you trusted me, that was your biggest mistake. I mean, seriously, there's no way we could take those soldiers. Those guys have tanks. But once the chaos breaks out, I'ma just use everybody as a meat shield, dip into the forest, move to Canada, and change my name. And then I'm never walking more than 50 feet in any direction ever again. They've been walking for hours when Pete finally decides to empty the tank, but since he can't stop, he just turns around and let it rip straight at the other guys. Now they're on mile 17, and Ray tells Pete that he's feeling a little tired, but on the bright side, only 48 more people need to die before he gets to sit down. Pete's feeling it as well, but he tells Ray that the trick for getting through it is to just take things one moment at a time. After a while, they pass a little girl who came out to cheer for Ray like he's one of the damn Jonas Brothers. The others start making fun of him for it, but Pete decides that they should all be on some best friends forever type shit and try to get along instead. So that's how Ray, Pete, Hank, and Art became the Four Musketeers. But of course, Barkovich has to chime in with his little 2 cents just to let everyone know that he is still annoying. That's when Hank starts feeling like something's wrong with his leg, but then out of nowhere, Walker number 1 drops—
Yo, he just starts seizing out. Oh my God. Yo, like a heat stroke or something.
To the floor and starts having a seizure. But there ain't no nurse's office on this field trip, so they just blow his head off as soon as time runs out, and that makes 2 walkers down with 48 more to go. By now, they've been walking for 25 miles, and that's basically an entire-ass marathon, and they aren't stopping anytime soon. The boys start wondering if Barkovich still has his 3 warnings, but he chirps back that he's back down.
I was saying my strategy would be to, because it's like, they're in the south, so it's pretty warm, so even at night it's not that cold, and you could tell it's like either spring or summer. So I would probably, you would be more dehydrated, but I think I would walk with no pants on. So every time I needed to shit, I would just fucking shit, you know, like down my leg. It would be disgusting, but like I would never need to pull my pants down. I would just poop or piss. I would just walk straight, piss all over myself. Who cares? You know, just keep walking. Mosquitoes, don't care. Mosquitoes are the least of your problems.
To none, which is when Pete pulls out some kind of tin can full of raw deer meat, and it disgusts Hank so bad that his leg cramp starts coming back. They all start walking a little slower until it passes, but my boy Hank just keeps screwing it all up, and he drops the last little tube full of rations that was supposed to get him through the day. But Ray comes in clutch and gives Hank one of his, because that's just what the Musketeers do. Barkovich starts picking on this kid named Rank for his objectively stupid name, and he rage baits him with a bunch of yo mama jokes until he finally takes a swing. But Barkovich just keeps dodging him like Neo from The Matrix until—
Yo, this part was actually kind of funny, because Barkovich is just like, yo, your name's stupid as fuck. I bet your mom's a bitch. And Rank immediately crashes out, tries to punch him, warning 1, misses. Tries to punch him, warning 2, misses, slides against the asphalt, fucks up his face, and then just eats shit and dies. It's like, everybody's like, Barkovich, you're a murderer. You're a murderer, Barkovich. And it's like, yeah, it's right that Barkovich did rage bait this guy into dying, but like, I mean, the fact that Rank fell for that is like such a weak mentality.
He finally trips and ends up cheese grating his face on the pavement. The others already know what's about to happen, and when Rank can't get up, the soldiers just pull up and dome him right on the spot, making 3 walkers down with 47 more to go. Whoever let Rank sign up for the walk must have really hated Dude, because, I mean, come on, all it takes is one look at the guy to tell that he never stood a chance. I mean, at least—
Actually though, like, I'm not trying to make fun of this guy as like an actor, but like they cast and made him perfect role, the clothing, the hairstyle. Bro, you could tell, looking at this guy, you're like, I know he's not winning. I know he's not winning.
He was skinny, but this ain't a trip to summer camp. You need a little bit of that killer instinct to get by, which Buddy here obviously did not have. Like, bro, I'm not about to let some dude named Gary Barkovich get in my head. So if he started trolling me, I'ma just ignore him and keep on walking, because why am I worried about this dude when there's a squad of guys with machine guns waiting to light me up? And you can tell homeboy I hear was an easy target from the way he reacted, because anybody who went to public school knows you never show a bully that it's getting to you. So nah, I would just block it out and use the thought of him getting body bagged as my motivation to keep—
Or if you like really didn't care, what I was saying is like, if I was Rank and I really wanted Barkovich to die and I knew I was going to lose, just fucking put him in a full Nelson. You know? You could take somebody down with you. You would get a warning for impeding against somebody else, but the warning against the other person still stands. So like if I tackled Barkovich to the ground, we both die.
Going. And just—
You'd have to catch him. I would just tell him, if you keep fucking with me, I will kill us both.
Because you took a little spill doesn't mean you just give up. Like, rub some dirt in it and get back to walking, my boy. Because my legs would deadass have to be broken before I just sat there and let it happen. But I could actually use this to my advantage as well, because there's nothing in the rules against trolling other players, and even if some of these guys are more athletic, I know I've got them beat when it comes to talking shit. So now, I wouldn't want to get everyone mad at me first, because it's still good to have some friends so you can help each other out.
Yeah, you don't want to like you don't need to make friends, but you don't want to make enemies because they could ruin your game.
But anyone from the outside of the friend group is fair game. So I'm gonna start looking for the easiest targets, figuring out what they're most insecure about, and then start trolling them nonstop for the rest of the game. And according to the rules, anyone who attacks another player gets a violation. So all I've got to do is get someone mad enough to take a swing, and I'll...
Bad play, bad play, bad play, bad play. Anybody who attacks another player gets a violation. All right, I made my spoon they gave me into a shiv, and I just stabbed you in the jugular. You're now bleeding out on the ground, and I have one warning. You rage baited me for 3 days. I'm kind of hallucinating because I'm on a lack of sleep, and I no longer care, and I just kill you.
I'll be one
What?
step...
Like, no weapons, Joe? They get... Dude, they... Zod. Spoiler. He'll say it. Barkovich, at one point, feels really bad about rank dying and starts kind of tripping, and he knows he's going to lose, and he doesn't like that he has no friends, so he walks in front of the pack and kills himself in front of everybody. He goes, "You'll be with me forever," and then stabs himself in the jugular, and they all watch him die. They have no weapons, Zod. How did he stab himself? He made a shiv with a spoon, that happens in the movie.
Closer to winner chicken dinner. And I mean, sure, yeah, it's not the most honorable way to do it, but I'm not afraid to use dirty tactics if that's what I got to do to survive. And since there can only be one winner, I'm gonna make sure I do whatever it takes to get the advantage. The boys all start blaming Barkovich for what happened, even though he's trying to act like he didn't do anything wrong. But now he's easily the most hated guy in the game, and everyone else is just waiting to see him get smoked. Things calm down for a little bit until word starts going around that...
Oh, what really fucks with Barkovich is Pete goes, "I don't care if I win, I just tell you that I'm living past you." Like something along those lines. Pete literally goes, he's like, at one point, there's like 8 of them left. And he says something, and he's like, all right, well, like, he mentions numbers, and he leaves out one, and it's Barkovich, because he mentioned, like, an hour prior, he was like, I don't care if I die, I'm just not dying before him.
Walker 45 has the Hershey squirts, and that's...
Oh, this part's kind of funny, though.
That's when my boy just drops his pants and starts letting it rip right there in the middle of the screen. And I mean, hey, what else are you gonna do here? There's no time to wipe unless he wants to get killed, but he can't hold off the chocolate thunder from down under, and they end up blowing his head off mid-dookie without a moment's hesitation, making 4 walkers down with 46 more to go. Now they're 35 miles in.
The fuck thing about that, too, is like, he poops like 5 times. And they go like, oh shit, look, he has the shits. It's bad. And he, like, smells really bad. He keeps pulling his pants down. Bro, just why are you wearing skinny jeans? Why are you wearing skinny jeans? Hey, Ma, we're going to the long walk today. I'm going to put on my fucking skinny jeans from Old Navy. What? Out of everything, bro, wear sweatpants. Sweatpants or jeans. You know, loose, baggy jeans. So ones that you can take off. Cargo pants, shorts. I don't know.
It's getting close to nighttime.
Some baggy shit.
Notices that Ray's got something on his mind, but he says that he'll tell him in the morning, so they've got something to look forward to. He breaks out some of these homemade cookies and starts dreaming about being back at home with his mom, but suddenly he wakes up a few hours later, and Pete says that he's been sleepwalking for miles. Everything seems to be going fine until Ray gets his second warning, and Barkovich starts chiming in with his usual bullshit. That's when Ray trips and gets warning number 3. But even though Pete helps him up, he starts cracking under the pressure and spazzing out on his own boys.
Yeah, bro, because he's got 3 warnings. If he fucking falls back again in the next 3 hours, he's dead.
Now it's time for their greatest challenge yet, a hill. And Stebbins says that they're about to start dropping like flies. The place
Yeah, he said, I think he said something along the lines of like, last year, 12 people died on this hill. Or like 15. He was like, more than half of the people left die here. because it's like a fucking 300-meter stretch of just like a full incline.
Starts sounding like a Call of Duty match as anyone who slows down gets blasted, and Barkovich is still yapping the entire time. All Ray can do is lock in and ignore the rifle pointed straight at his face, but when he's about to give up, Pete grabs his arm and helps him push through. Ray apologizes for losing his cool, but Pete's already squashed the beef. And Art and Hank survived the climb too, so it looks like the Musketeers are still going strong. Only 18 of them.
Bro, in it's this guy. Is his name Art? I don't know which one's Art.
Still going strong. Only
they usually refer to each other by the people refer to them by their numbers. This guy chews a singular piece of gum the entire time. The entire time. He's like, me and the gum got to make it together. Dude, that shit gets stale an hour in. You're 35 hours in chewing on the same piece of gum.
Hank survived the climb too, so it looks like the Musketeers.
Flavor's gone, dude. It would turn into a rock.
Tears are still going strong. Only 18 of them survive until the morning, and now they're 59 miles in, with every step getting harder and harder. Alright, now the fellas just survived their first night, and if I was able to make it through that, then I'd be starting to feel a lot more confident about my chances of winning this entire thing. But since we're down to only 18 survivors, I officially have a 5% chance of winning. And that's still not great, but it's better than nothing.
Not great, that's ass! That's ass. More than half of the people are dead, bro. You still got a fucking 1 in 20.
Right? And honestly, I gotta try to look on the bright side because after walking 60 fucking miles nonstop, I'm gonna be the most exhausted that I've ever been in my entire life. Like, I don't know if you fully realize this, but that's 2 marathons without stopping. So unless I gave myself an adamantium skeleton like Wolverine, my legs, knees, hips, ankles, hell, everything are gonna feel like they're on fire. And my feet are gonna be so covered in bloody blisters. So yeah,
you're gonna be bleeding like crazy. They're not mentioning that. Like, you're regardless of what shoes you're wearing, your feet are going to be so fucked.
When this is all over, I'm gonna need one hell of a spa day. So it's understandable why Ray crashed out on his boys, but honestly right now, that's the worst possible thing you could do. Now I know we're all in a competition here, but as soon as I saw that hill coming up, I would be making sure that I was best friends with everybody, because I'm gonna need somebody to help me if I start looking like I'm gonna go down. But here's the thing, the hill might be scary, but just like everything else, the right strategy makes this whole thing easy. And that's why you're gonna catch me at the back of the pack, because just like before, I'm letting the other—
That's why you're gonna catch me at the back of the pack. Just like the aerodynamics video that I showed you of the cow walking through the wind, I'm going to be getting a lot easier of a walk than the other people. They're gonna be pushing through the wind that I'll be briskly gliding through.
Other guys take the wind to make my life slightly—
Yo, it's not the wind. It's not the wind. Oh my God. The wind, bro, it's the fact that you're walking up a 45-degree incline fighting against gravity. It's not the air resistance that's fucking killing people. It's that you're walking for 24 hours straight. It's the middle of the night, it's fucking raining, and it's hilly.
Easier, and then all I gotta do is get into a rhythm and power through. But what's scarier to me is the stuff that I can't control, like needing to sleep and go to the bathroom. Obviously, I would just try and stay awake and hold it in for as long as humanly possible, and that's probably gonna work for a day or two, but we need a backup plan just in case nature calls. You know, taking a shit is gonna be easy because, like, just let it rip as you keep on walking. I mean, it's completely disgusting, right? And embarrassing as hell, but it's better than getting capped while you're squeezing one out. So personally, I'm gonna be spreading it down the road like an old dog and just keep it pushing. But sleep though, that's gotta be the real challenge because eventually I'm gonna get tired. But this one's easy too if you've got the right strategies.
Yo, he's so in on aerodynamics. I'm just waiting for him to be like, and now that I think about it, I'd actually walk into the battle with a latex suit on to reduce my drag within the wind and make the walk even easier for me. I'm gonna nair every hair on my body. Every hair on my body, and I'm going to wear a slick morph suit.
So for me, I would just team up with a group of guys and work together so we could sleep one at a time. I'm not saying that we'll get the full—
Well, you don't really sleep. It's like this weird, you would be able to rest, but that's what it is. Like they kind of start sleepwalking. They have to carry each other kind of.
8 hours, probably like 30 seconds at best, but every little bit helps.
Chat, next video. This is a long one. I'm probably going to rant for a while. How to beat the super marathon in The Long Walk. Now, this is going to be a video about the movie The Long Walk. If you don't know the movie The Long Walk, it is top 5 movie of all time. It's not even close. Made me cry. I was panicking the entire time. It's not a horror movie, even though it's categorized as a horror movie. I would say it's a thriller drama, very sad and disgusting. The premise of The Long Walk, he's probably going to explain it in the video, but I'll give a little rundown. One guy from each state. So 50 people participating. They walk until there's one person left. If you go below, I think 3 miles an hour, you get a warning. If you get 3 warnings, you get shot in the head. You lose 1 warning every hour of no warnings. So if you get 3 warnings and you walk 3 hours straight without stopping, you get it wiped clean, right? And you walk until there's 1 person left. You have to poop while walking, eat while walking, drink water while walking. You can't sleep. So it's basically a fucking battle of attrition until there's 1 guy left. They also can't fuck with each other. You get warnings for hurting each other before people ask. And if you run off once you're in the walk, you can't leave. You're not allowed to quit. You're in or you're out. And if you're out, that means you're dead. So if they pull your name and you decide to go, right? This is optional, by the way. It's like a dystopian future. So they put their name in a raffle to go. And if they win, they get unseen riches. That's like the prize. The number's never disclosed, but imagine enough money to retire you and your family for the rest of your life and your family's generations. So I said in my head when I watched the movie, like $50 million is what they're getting. They're getting an absurd amount of money.
So imagine that you're so broke that your only choice was to sign up for the deadliest marathon in the world. It's just you, 49 other dudes, and a fat bag of cash if you reach the end. But guess what? Only 1 player gets to survive. And
what I hate is how casual they are with each other at the start of the movie. I also gotta say spoilers. This is spoilers. I'm going to probably ruin this film for you if you've never seen it. So, maybe if you want to watch the movie and not know what happens, I would leave, right? Otherwise, you could just watch it after. You're just probably going to know a lot of what happens.
anyone who stops gets smoked on live.
Fucking hate that guy. Fucking hate that guy. I'll rant about him in a minute.
TV. But honestly, surviving this would be easy. And I've got the perfect strategy.
All right. Yeah, this fucking guy. Oh, it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy until you get the shits 70 hours in. Until you're 120 miles into walking and you have to fucking take a fat shit and you have 10 seconds to stop and poop. Otherwise, you're going to get a fucking bullet in your head. Okay.
To win the entire thing. So we're here to break.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Break down the mistakes.
Yeah, that kid's a bitch. I'm sorry. Spoiler. You have to be like 18 to participate. Most of the participants are between like 18 and 25 in the film. Nobody's really over like 26, 27, right? This kid, they claim, has snuck into it, and he's like 14. He gets a Charlie horse. He's like, It's like 10 miles in. 10 miles in? Yo, buddy, you should have never signed up. I feel like if you're signing up for the long walk, you gotta think in your head 200 miles. I'm walking from Los Angeles to San Francisco. I'm walking from Philadelphia to Boston. That's what you're in your head. You're going, I'm crossing states right now before I'm the one guy left. You have a Charlie horse 12 fucking miles in, buddy. Eat a banana. Huh.
Made what you
first one dead. Ugh.
Should do and how to beat the endless march in
chat. How far you think you could walk? That's the let's start out with that. You got to walk until you physically can't anymore. Let's say there's no other people competing. That's going to drive you a bit further, but how far could you walk before stopping? I think I get 100 miles. Gun to my head, I think I get 100 miles. Spoiler alert, it's way further than that in the movie. It's way further than that. What really gets you is like 2 days in, where you're exhausted and you need to fall asleep. So you're kind of like dozing off while you're moving.
The Long Walk. So it all starts with this guy, Ray, who's just won a spot in a low-budget version of the Hunger Games. Basically, he lives in an alternate timeline where the country is dead broke after getting slapped around in some kind of giant war, and now every year one dumbass from each state gets picked to compete in a non-stop walk-off.
One of the coolest things they do in the beginning is they go ID. Right at the door, they go ID, and he hands them the ID, and the guy waves him off, doesn't give the ID back. I mean, that's like a psychological warfare thing, right? You know, you have your ID, you hand him your ID, he just goes, you know, like, that, he's saying you're dead. Like, you ain't gonna need it anymore. Like, what the fuck?
Tree is dead broke after getting slapped around in some kind of giant
Just keeps it.
And now every year one dumbass from each state gets picked to compete in a non-stop walk-off, where only one player gets out alive. The winner gets unlimited V-Bucks and receives one wish. But as for everyone else, it's...
Oh my god, I love this guy. Hold up. I love this guy. Oh my god.
Back to the lobby as soon as they stop walking. Ray's arriving at the death game the only way that makes sense, by getting dropped off by his mom. She even packed him some cookies like he's going off to school, but it's probably the last time that they're ever gonna see each other alive. When it's time to say their goodbyes, Mom tries acting like she's proud, but she starts ugly crying the moment that he tries to walk away, but it's too late to turn back, and after one last hug, he leaves to join the other 49 morons as they sit around waiting for it to start.
Yo, I gotta say too, this is not like me talking about his body or anything. They mention it in the film, and it's like, it's a part of the plot, but like, he's not making it, bro. These two are the main characters, and he's not making it. He's like 6'2", 220, you know? The guy that's going to win the long walk is probably 5'7", 120 pounds. Like, you got to be skinny, you know? Like not even muscular, skinny. Like, isn't this voluntary? Yeah, but that's part of the plot too, is like they sign up and they're like, it's voluntary, but like one of the lines in the movie, he says, I forget his name. He goes, I dare any of y'all to tell me a time any motherfucker didn't sign up. You know, it's voluntary, but everybody always signs up. Name a guy that never signed up, because it's like everybody's so broke that you would do anything to be rich.
All right, fam. Now, I know a lot of you guys have been wanting us to cover the long walk for a while, so of course I had to do it for my people. But I'm gonna be honest. I started out wondering, how in the am I gonna make an entire video about a bunch of dudes just walking down the street? But then it dawned on me, we can basically just wrap it up right here, because this is actually one of the easiest death games ever made, and I've got a plan to survive it without even trying. So here it is, my genius plan that's 100% guaranteed to work.
Okay, they all have their own backpacks of whatever. They get food rations and water rations, but they're allowed to pack whatever they want in their backpack, probably with some level of guidelines because there's a rule book. Yo, I'm packing fucking nicotine. Like crazy, bro. I'm filling that fucking bag with Zins. I'm so serious. I was actively thinking about this. I'm filling that bag with stimulants. Like, if I'm allowed to do that, I'm just fucking double decking. Like, you're 8 hours in meth. Yo, if I was allowed to bring meth, I'd bring fucking meth. First time, I'd be like, all right, I'm going to do crack. You know, I'm going to do fucking crack for like day 3. I'm falling asleep. Time to break out the pipe, you know? Fucking, at that point, you just got to stay alive. Something to keep you up.
Best
Adderall? Ooh, that'd be good, but then you won't eat. You need to eat.
To survive the long walk is to just never...
Yo, best way to survive the long walk? Get a catheter and a colostomy bag. Oh, you win. You win. You ain't got to piss or shit. It just does it. You just walk. Don't stop walking. That stimulants, colostomy bag, catheter. Boom. Catheter would probably pull a little bit at some point. 100 miles in, it's probably going to get chafed. Maybe not. Colostomy bag would work.
Walk is to just never sign up for this.
Yeah, walking 100 miles with a tube up your dick hole. I don't think that would work very well.
In the first place. Like, seriously, I can't believe how...
Is there a limit to how slow you can walk? Yes, that's the whole premise of the movie. You have to walk, I think, over 3 miles an hour.
dumb.
They all have watches that track their movement, and they get like audible warnings. They'll go number 47, warning 1, number 47, warning 2, number 47, final warning, and then they shoot him.
You'd have to be to actually think this was a good idea. And I mean, it's not like the Hunger Games where you don't get a choice. Signing up was...
This is harder than the Hunger Games. I will stand on that. This isn't some low-budget horror games. This is harder than the Hunger Games. He's saying it's easy. Having to walk 300-plus miles to not die nonstop. You're not sleeping for days. You're shitting on the floor while you're walking. Bro, way harder than just fucking stabbing somebody with a spear. Are you insane? Watch the fucking movie. Oh my God, this is the fucking point. Literally, this guy, favor to win, minus 2,000 odds. Fucking jacked, built, fucking shredded to the gills, stoic, doesn't talk. He gets a small cold, day 2. Newsflash, your immune system never heals. If you get sick, you get a cut. Your body's never healing because you're never sleeping. You're never not moving. You're always moving. So if you get dude, a cough, death, kidney failure, lungs filling with liquid, you're dead. You know, because you're never gonna beat something small because you can't rest. You never have recovery.
Money, then you're severely underestimating my grind. Like, sure, times are tough, but if Peepaw survived the Great Depression, then I can get through whatever the hell's happening here. And I mean, these people all have cars and so how bad can it really be? So you can trust and believe that I'd be living in the sewers and surviving off a spare change before I ever got desperate enough to even try this because I'd rather be thugging it out in a cardboard box than getting capped on live TV. But okay, let's just say I was a real sicko who actually wanted to risk it for the biscuit. Well, in that case, I'd just be spending the first 18 years of my life training like a damn anime villain. I mean, forget learning to count.
Yo, actually, none of them ever talk about like, yeah, I prepared for this. They always show up with like a bag half full. Like, in the movie, the main character gets a tinfoil wrap of 4 oatmeal cookies. Yo, I feel like you would have to have a survival bag. You have to have bro, you'd be plotting that shit out months in advance, training every day of your life. I'm dropping out of school. I'm walking every day. I'm running some Kipchoge-ass fucking training montages, you know? I'm training like the fucking marathon runners are. They're really poor. Yo, your son's about to get shot in the head. You can't scrap up more than 4 oatmeal cookies? Are you fucking kidding me? They're really poor. She drives a car. It has gas in it. How much does an oatmeal cookie cost? Your son's walking till he dies.
I got one job and one job only, to become an absolute jacked monstrosity before my 18th birthday. I'm talking leg day every day. Nothing but squats, lunges, and lean protein until my body's legit shaped like a triangle. But it's not just about how you train, it's about the mental game as well. So hear me out. I'm gonna go back and watch all the tapes.
Here's the problem, though, that I want to counter his point. He's saying I would be training from day 1 till I was 18 years old. But it's a lottery. There's millions of other people that are signing up. So why would you waste the first 18 to 22 years of your life training every day for the long walk and then never get pulled? You know, like you might just not get picked and then you just don't do it. So
to read me the rules until I have all the best strategies and the legs of Saquon Barkley. And then I'll be ready to smoke these other losers and go home with the baggie. Now, on his way past the guards, Ray makes friends with this dude, Pete, who's got a big Joker scar all the way up his right cheek.
Best character in any movie.
It's not like this is a beauty contest, but if it was, there's one guy who looks like he'd win either way, and his name is Stebbins, and he's clearly the most athletic one in the group, so he's got the more gamer-bodied dudes shook before the walk even starts. Then we've got Hank, the nerd with the big mouth, Art, the nice religious guy who's basically the polar opposite of this clown, and this Malcolm in the Middle looking dude.
Nah, this is making me sad right now watching all these characters. Don't care about this kid. They try to get you to be emotionally, you know, like all these other guys go through so much more shit, bro. He dies in like 20 minutes. Like he dies like right after this shit starts. I'm sorry for spoiling it. This motherfucker gets capped so quick. He fucking gets he gets a Charlie horse like 10 miles, like half a mile in. Like, it's like fucking instantly, this kid dies.
Curly, who's definitely gonna make it past the first day. The others start ripping on Hank for talking
I don't even think he makes it to the first night.
too much, but then they realize that he's pretty normal compared to this weirdo Barkovich, who tries to join in. He's giving off major...
Ooh, no, Bart, to put it in perspective, Barkovich is just dry humor making jokes that don't make sense. And it's so bad. Right? One of them says, like, my meemaw, and he goes, what the fuck is a meemaw? Sounds like... And then he makes a joke. But it's so fucking stupid because they're all from different states, so they don't understand each other's lingo, and they're making niche jokes about each other's lingo. And so every joke Barkovich makes just doesn't land because it's like a dude from Alaska making a niche Alaskan joke to a dude from Tennessee. Like, it doesn't hit.
And he's here to hand out everybody's number. After going through the whole list one at a time, he tells them all to line up and get ready to start walking. But first, it's time for a whole motivational speech about bravery and serving your country. When he's finally done yapping, he decides to remind them all about the most important rules. First off, you gotta keep walking at least 3 miles per hour until there's only one player left. You get 3 warnings if you fall behind, and they each reset after 1 hour of walking. But if you use up all 3 or try to make a run for it, then your goose is cooked, my man. That's basically it though, so now that they all know the rules, it's officially time to get to steppin'. But my dude Ray is about to realize that he just made his biggest mistake. So far they're just walking, which is pretty much all they're gonna be doing for the next hour and a half, so buckle up. It's probably a little hard to concentrate when they're surrounded by machine guns, but Ray's
Bro, but they all get to know each other. That's another thing he's not mentioning is they're all like low-key become friends. Not all of them, but like they start forming like small groups, and it's like, why? You're going into this knowing that one of you is coming out. I'm like, I don't even want to talk to anyone. I feel like I'd be like just stoic, zoned. But then you think about it, it's like day 3, you kind of need people to talk to more, like for your morale.
Trying hard not to think about it, so he keeps looking at the butterflies instead. Oh, and the whole thing...
Why is it all guys? It's only guys that get picked.
Being broadcast live for the fans.
Are you trying to get me to say that if a woman was picked that she wouldn't make it?
Back at home, so they've basically got the entire country waiting to watch them get blasted on live TV. Alright, so now's when we gotta start talking strategy, and you're probably thinking, what could you even do besides just keep walking and try not to get shot? But guess what? You're already beat, my boy, so better luck next time because real ones know the plan started before we even got here. Now, just like a night of...
Real ones know that I shoved a fucking dime bag of meth up my ass. And it's slowly making its way back down. Probably estimated arrival time around 2 p.m. EST the next day. After that, I'm going to snort a little bit of it, and that's going to be a little pick-me-up for the next 3 days.
The club or a date at a fancy restaurant, you're going to need the right pair of shoes. So you might be thinking,
oh my God, that's the one thing that I'm thinking about is getting blisters. Oh, fuck no. You get a blister like 5 miles in, dude. Some of these guys show up in some like raggedy shoes. Like some shit that's like run down. They've been wearing them for like 6 years. You need some broken in new shoes, but not something that's stiff.
All right, I'll just get a fresh pair of sneakers and be fine. But that's where you're wrong. Because sneakers...
Like this dumbass is wearing Vans! Oh!
Shoes. So you might...
Yo, literally stare at his shoes. You can tell he's cooked from the start. He wearing flat Vans. Flat Vans. This guy's got rain boots on and a safari hat. Huh?
But that's where you're wrong.
What are we gonna go pick flowers? Yo, buddy, you're walking for the next 8 years.
Wrong. Because sneakers are gonna give you blisters after the...
They have no money. Yo, you're getting the money. Your entire family's giving you everything they have for this.
The first couple of miles. So for me, I'm getting a pair of...
Oh, you got a Charlie horse.
Lightweight hiking boots, like the type you'd see some granola dude wearing on a nature trail. Yeah, I'd want something durable that's gonna last for literally hundreds of miles, and I wouldn't be just taking those bad boys out the box either. Nah, I'm gonna make sure they're broken in before the...
I wouldn't wear shoes. Turtle, you're dying in 5 miles. Turtle, you're cooked. You're dead. You're not gonna wear shoes. You're gonna walk on asphalt. You're going to walk on asphalt for days.
And if I start power walking too soon, then I'm going to get tired way too early. But everybody has a watch that shows exactly how fast they're